Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 217. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I'm Sean Whalen, Dr. Norge on the comic forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim. I'm the deck star of this podcast, so says the sensei of the whatnot, Segulin, and the Duke of You-Know.
How's it going, eh?
Well, we're going to be talking in the first of a couple episodes. We're going to be talking about the San Diego Comic-Con, about a lot of the news coming out of there. And one of the things that I thought was great was that there's going to be a deck star special.
I am looking forward to that, and I will wear that as a badge of honor. That is a cool cat.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Jim, we talked about on this episode that we're going to talk Welcome to Tranquility. I'm actually saving it for our next episode. What we did is we were kind of organically talking about the San Diego news. We also talked about current books in more of a extended segment. Things like Legion of the Superheroes number 3 we talked about, Supergirl number 54, along with talking about Superman news and, of course, news from team books. So I think what we're going to do is on our next episode, we'll talk about the Wildstorm news and do an extended chat about, like a cover-to-cover chat about Welcome to Tranquility number 1. So we are still doing that. We're just going to do it as we continue our San Diego Comic-Con coverage with the Wildstorm material, because it kind of makes sense to talk about what's going on at Wildstorm and then spotlight the book, Welcome to Tranquility, along with that news. So that'll be a part of that. And we'll also talk about some of the Vertigo news in our next episode and spotlight some Vertigo material as well, which will be kind of fun. So this will be kind of fun. This is all going to be DC Universe on this one, which will continue more on our next episode. Our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Over at DCBService.com, it's that time of the month again where you start checking out the new books and seeing all the deals that DCB Service is going to be offering us. It's actually, I'm wrapping this up on the 30th, so that means they're going to be getting ready to list the new books for August. And I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of deals and discounts, especially on hardcovers, and sometimes they have 75% off, brand new series when they're kicking off, or special issues. It's always great for me to see, the deals and savings that we can get from DCBService.com. So, and they have a wonderfully flexible shipping methods, whether you want to go monthly, bi-weekly, or weekly on your shipping, and they also offer options to bag and board your books for you with different varieties of bags and boards you can use. So it's really kind of cool and flexible, and you can kind of pre-order and collect your books the way that you want, and they're there to assist you. And I always encourage you to feel free to email them if you have any questions or concerns or comments about their service and how it works, because they're just wonderful people to work with, and I'm proud to be associated with DCB Service. Over at InStockTrades.com, I want to give a shout out to this because Jim actually doesn't listen to the show after we record it, so he won't hear this. Jim's birthday was recently, and the gift that I got him, which he hasn't received yet because he was in Italy, and we haven't actually physically been in the same room to record since he got back, is Absolute Planetary, the hardcover book 1. There's a new printing of it, and it collects issues 1 through 12. I actually bought this for myself and for Jim, and the reason why is it's something I've never read. And I've heard nothing but good things, so I figured if I'm going to read it, how cool would it be to read this in the Absolute Edition? It's $75 regularly, 37% off over at InStockTrades.com. Gives you that for $47.25. It's written by Warren Ellis with art by John Cassaday. And it's cool. Not only does it collect issues 1 through 12, but the full script from issue 1. And I love that about the Absolute Editions. Not only do we get that wonderful, oversized, gorgeous art, but we also get some bonus features, like DVD extras. And if you haven't bought an Absolute Edition, I really encourage you to consider branching out and picking up one of those, because they are really just awesome ways to read comics. And I'm so glad to see comic books being collected in a variety of different hardcovers, from deluxe edition hardcovers to standard hardcovers to trade paperbacks to Absolute Editions. Because to me it just adds some weight to this art form as something where it's worthy of being collected in a variety of different manners to kind of get to the audience. And that's great. So the Absolute Editions, and that's In Stock Trades. Orders of over $50 or more gives you free shipping. So that's a great way if you're not only saving that 37% off, or a variety of different discounts they have over there. Most of them are 37% off. That's a great way to continue saving, not have to pay for shipping. So if there's a few things you're looking for, gather them all together and get them at one time. I love doing that with InStockTrades.com. I know Jim does that as well, and why wouldn't you save on the shipping as well? So good stuff. Jim, what kind of a podcast are we?
Well, Sean, we are a spoiler podcast. We go in-depth into plotline, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're reviewing. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
Green Lantern, let you and I destroy that space junk.
Jim, I wanted to talk about some of the great news coming out of San Diego and just news on the internet in general over the past couple of weeks. There's been a lot of things going on. We're not going to go through every little detail. I'm going to actually tell all of our listeners, DC's released like every panel in podcast form. So it'd be kind of silly for us to go through and regurgitate all that. It makes a lot more sense for you to be able to listen to those things. But the things that we found interesting that we have some reactions to, I thought would be fun. And we are going to go through some of the news. Like, for example, Russ Burlingame, who's been on the show before, and he's a friend. I saw he's got a Gold Exchange, which is an article that he does with Dan Jurgens talking about Booster Gold. And he was talking about Time Master's Vanishing Point. It's actually been speculated on our forums by one of our listeners, and I didn't think it was going to head in this route. It looks like the Time Master's Vanishing Point, like right now, if you read issue 1, did you read that one yet, Jim?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Issue 1 looks like it's mainly leading up to the return of Bruce Wayne. It's leading up to the events that we've seen so far in the return of Bruce Wayne. You know, it's like kind of a prelude. But I guess this series is going to not only tie into that, but it is in fact going to tie into Flashpoint. And also is going to clarify how time travel works in the DC universe. So it's going to be kind of a clarification on Rip Hunter, time travel, how it's used, what its aspects are, which is interesting because time plays such a huge role, not only with Rip Hunter, but with the Flash universe in general, especially with Barry Allen. Because while Wally did use time travel, he never liked it the way that Barry did, where the scientist in Barry always loved it. And I actually like the distinction between Wally and Barry, because to me, if you're going to bring back Barry, I want to feel that Barry's a different character than Wally. So that to me is kind of exciting, but I wanted to shout that out. A lot of my research came from Newsarama. I don't know what sites you did. I did do some other searching around the net, but that's kind of the main source I used for information.
Yeah, Newsarama is basically my main go-to place on that, just because, one, I haven't searched as much because I know it's out there, but I don't know, it's one-stop shopping. I kind of like it.
It's like the Denny's of comics websites.
Exactly. You just go, boom. What I need, I got it there. I got some, sometimes some cool articles, some, neat little whatnot about the comic book universe. And then they have a really good coverage of San Diego Comic-Con. So I thought, any of the times there's the big cons, they have nice coverage of it.
I actually do take that back. I also use CBR, which a lot of times I use for articles and reactions as well. And I did stop by comic related as well. So I did use more of those sites. My main focus was Newsarama, but I did follow those other sites, and I do want to shout them out as well. Some news that came out of there that I thought was interesting was it kind of slipped out, and it seemed like Jeff Johns wasn't sure if he wanted to release this or not, but the Flash Speed Force, it's going to be a second ongoing that's going to be coming in 2011. It's going to feature characters such as Wally West, Jay Garrick, Bart Allen, Jesse Quick, and XS. So that's going to be an interesting series. So it's obviously in the developmental phase because Paul Levitz, who is writing The Legion, wasn't aware that XS was going to be in a series. So he was obviously, he said that I'm going to be highly interested to see, if I need to start using her in Legion or how that's going to work out. So it was great, though. And one thing I liked about it is even hearing the news, when he heard it at his panel, he didn't even blink. It was just kind of if that's in development, that's something where we'll see how this applies with Legion. I use it. He didn't even miss a beat. And I love that because it just seems to be there's a lot of energy of, okay, if somebody's doing this, how can I use it in my book? And I got that ongoing vibe at all the panels. There's this big energy of trying to work together at DC and make everything fit and make this feel like a cohesive universe for the fans. And I really liked the energy.
Oh, definitely. And it's one of those things where I'm looking forward to this one. I'm slowly growing and developing as a Flash fan. And Barry came back. I was like, oh, okay, who is this? And then through Blackest Night, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, he's a cool character. I see why people like him. But I still liked Wally. I still liked, Jay. I liked the different, even, Liberty Bell. I'm starting to get adjusted to her being Jesse Quick. So I was like, I need more of this. So this was a really good move on their part. You have this character that's kind of getting some fire going behind. He's got some fire backing him up. So strike while the iron is hot. This is a good time to launch it. Instead of saying, well, let's see what Flash's sales numbers are. No, let's take advantage of what we got going on here. We got a hot streak going. Let's hit it. Let's build it. And who knows? Maybe we can beef up the Flash universe and just take this to I don't want to say take this to the next level, because Flash is an A-level character, but let's continue on the ongoing. Let's push it up so we get a 700 run, issue 700 down the line.
Although I will say this, it does look like with waiting till 2011 that they are waiting to establish Barry's story enough that they're getting closer to Flashpoint when they're launching this, which to me would make more sense to have it be a part of either the build-up to that event or be a part of that event. So I'm curious to see how that build's going to go. Because he's mentioned, because it was brought up at the panel, Wally was a big focus of a lot of people at the panel, because there was a lot of Wally fans, and Jeff did say that right now he's focusing on Barry because he wants to firmly establish him in his book, but we are going to see Wally before 2011 and before this series hits. So he is going to be using Wally prior to that. And I like that. To me, I'm looking at this as kind of like the Green Lantern Corps of the Green Lantern Corps book, that style of book. Right. As that is to Green Lantern, this is what this is going to be to Flash. And I'm excited for that because the Flash has got enough characters where they can utilize that. So that's going to be great. There's going to be some cancellations over in the All Ages books. The Brave and the Bold book, the Batman Brave and the Bold book, is being canceled, but it's being relaunched as a brand new book.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something going on your end?
Thunder and lightning.
Oh my God, I can hear that all the way through here.
Yeah.
I thought that was like a mic issue.
No, that's Thunder and lightning.
That's Thunder and Lightning?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave that in because that's funny. It was so loud. I'm like, boy, is Jim like rubbing his face against his microphone or what? I just got it here now. Yeah, so it's the Speed Force.
Yeah.
Also, one that was really sad that's being canceled is Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam. And they were mentioning that the all ages book, the kids books, and I'm using quotes under the kids books thing because I love them and I do consider them all ages books myself, that they aren't, sales number wise, they aren't as strong as they would like them to be. And they're canceling Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam because of that. But that creative team is going to be moving on to the Young Justice book. That's going to be based on the upcoming cartoon. So I was thrilled because I'm loving Mike Norton there. I think Billy Batson's been a tremendous book. I love him with Art and Franco. It just seems to be a great partnership that's going there. So I was glad to see that creative team is just going to be continuing on to a new series. So they're being shifted versus dropped, if that makes sense. The cool thing that came out of that panel, too, was Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam, while it's being canceled, they are giving them an extra issue. I believe it's issue 21 is going to be the final issue, but they're giving them an extra issue to finish their story because they've got this big story that they've been building, and they asked if they could have one more issue to make sure they wrap it up the way that they wanted it to, and they were granted that. And I think that's fantastic because it's a series that's really important to me. I love Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam, and I do highly recommend it for anybody that hasn't been reading it. I know that there's a collected edition coming out from the first arc of it, and that's going to be going on. I'm sure they're going to collect the whole thing because it'd be nuts not to. But please pick up this series. Forget about the fact that it's canceled. Pick it up because it's good. And it's a wonderful series, and I've really enjoyed it. And I'm glad to hear that team's sticking together because the team is part of the reason why I'm enjoying it. I know there's been an art shift throughout the series, but when Mike Norton came on board, it gave it a brand new energy. A book that I was already enjoying just got a brand new boost in energy, and I'm thrilled that they're going to be doing the Young Justice one. Dan DiDio did mention that one of the reasons why they tend to go to the cartoon properties is because they're more recognizable to the kids, and they tend to draw them in. And I totally understand that and agree with it. Brave and the Bold's an excellent book. I don't think you're reading that one, Jim.
Yeah, I never really picked it. I picked up a couple issues, and like, nah, I dropped back to Shazam and to Titans. And, those were the two that I was picking up. So I'm kind of really upset that we're losing Billy Batson, because you know what? That was a series that really kind of was a strong, it gave me a lot of push towards seeking out other, Marvel titles, other Marvel family titles, and I started getting an understanding of why people really liked him as a character, liked him as a hero. I started seeing the fun side of him, just that, the kid who's in the adult body, and just that whole kind of dynamics. And it was this, Johnny DC title that really was my launching point and understanding into why people like the character, why they like the Marvel family. Because really, my exposure Marvel family is, Black Adam, Black Mary Marvel. It's the darker side after, the later stuff that's a little bit darker, a little bit, meaner and nastier on the Marvel side. So I'm like, I see just this, wonderful innocence, and so I'm kind of upset at losing it.
See, and to me, this book showed that brighter characters can be fun, they can be entertaining, and they can have a ton of depth. And that was something about this book that it's totally brought forth for me. I'm looking forward to continuing to read it straight on through to its conclusion, and I'm so thrilled that it's going to wrap up. So for those of you that have been reading it, stick with the book. For those of you that haven't, it's worth picking up. It's going to be a 21-issue series, to grab the issues. But I highly recommend it, and I do feel like it's one of those you can grab an issue right now to see if it's for you. And if you like it, great. It's at a lower price point than the regular books are because it's on a different quality of paper. So it's worth picking up and trying out. I think it's a wonderful book, and it is an all-ages book, and that is something that needs to be emphasized in the sense that I do feel the storytelling depth is there for everybody. Batman Brave and the Bold, actually, I want to jump back to that for a second. That book is going to be relaunched. So, and I'm glad to see that that's going to be, because I was a little baffled by that one with a video game coming out for that and the fact that the series is still continuing. I'm like, why would they not have that book in there? So it looks like that one's going to be relaunched, I think.
Yeah, now why are they canceling it then just to relaunch it later? I don't get that.
I don't know. I didn't really quite catch or understand that.
Yeah,
so
that was something I kind of was lost. If anybody knows, that'd be a great thing if someone knows, if you can let us know. Because I didn't, when I was going through this, I didn't understand why they were doing that.
Super Friends is being canceled as well, which that was one I was disappointed in because I was collecting the trades of that one for my classroom. My kids love it. It was interesting, though, in the discussion, and one of the things that came up, because we've talked a lot about libraries and schools and getting them in there. I do know that there's all kinds of, Dan DiDio was mentioning, there's all kinds of restrictions as far as getting things into school libraries, as far as content and things like that. And it's very hard to get books into school libraries in that, as far as like actively pursuing that, because of if you're pushing it that way, you got to have content restrictions and things that sometimes take away from the book being fun. Mm-hmm. These are books that are like Tiny Titans is a book that I love. I'm glad to hear, like I said, that the Billy Batson team's moving to Young Justice, the cartoon. I'm excited for that cartoon. To see and that actually isn't. Speaking of that, at multiple conventions, it's been brought up about Young Justice collections. Ian Levinstein, actually, I know, is one of the people that's been kind of fielding that, and they're going to be collecting that book finally. More, and which are you going to grab those collections?
Oh God, yeah, I'm jumping on that. That Young Justice has been the one title that every time I go to a con, I have a checklist of all the Young Justice titles. And I'm like, and I just get ready to start jumping in, diving through the quarter bins and the various other bins and seeing, to do a full run of the Young Justice. And I always stop for some reason, like I got to go here, something always stops me whenever I'm doing it, whether we're working a table or just something. So I'm, kind of really glad that they're going to be collecting this thing. Now I can get it easier.
Speaking of Young Justice and those collections, Peter David's actually going to be writing episodes of the series as well, which is very cool. But jumping over to the Batman end real quick, a lot of things going on with Batman, and I was actually wondering where Grant Morrison was going to be going. And apparently it's Batman Inc. or Batman Incorporated is going to be the new series by Grant Morrison, which is going to be a Bruce-focused series, but he mentioned also it's going to be kind of a nod to Brave and the Bold. It's going to be more like of a team-up book, where it's going to be a chance to have Bruce interacting with a whole bunch of people. I think that's probably oversimplifying it because they haven't quite laid out what the dynamic's going to be like post all of this, because there's the Batman Return thing that's going to be coming up before that at the end of the year, which is going to be, there's one whole month where it looks like all of the books are going to be one-shots featuring Batman the Return, and then there's going to be the Batman Return one-shot where it's going to be written by Morrison, and then that's going to lead into this new series. So it looks like, and we're going to be getting a Knight and Squire series by Paul Cornell, which is going to be set in the UK, introducing a whole bunch of characters that way. That's something I'm super excited about because I've always liked Paul Cornell from his Doctor Who novels, through his Marvel work, straight on through. I love what he's doing with Action Comics. That first issue out of the Starting Gate with Lex Luthor I thought was outstanding. So to hear that he's going to be doing Knight and Squire. Are Knight and Squire a character, Jim, that you're interested in following? I know this is going to be a mini, I should say it's a mini-series, Knight and Squire. I think it's 6 issues, if I remember correctly.
Well, here's an interesting thing with Knight and Squire. Mm-hmm. When they first, kind of introduced the character, I was like, really? Okay, and then just some of the recent issues we've seen with him, some of just just the idea of expanding on his, universe. This stuff was like, wow, this is something I'd like. You know what? I'm looking forward to it. And then, it took me a while to actually realize that Paul Cornell, who's doing Action Comics, is the same guy who's going to be writing that. I was like, wait, that's the same guy. Oh, okay. So I'm seeing some of his writing style in Action Comics going, okay, I like his style. This is, going to be a pretty cool layout of the character. And this is something I'm definitely looking forward to. I was really happy to see, as I was going through the notes of what happened on the panel, saying, ooh, okay, that's going to be interesting, And when because it was funny because when I was going through it, I didn't realize at first. I didn't know they said more stories on it. I was like, more stories, hold on. And so I had to go back through and reread and relook up. And I'm like, oh, okay, a limited series. Nice. Because Cornell was talking about all the hundreds of villains and characters and all this stuff he's created. So I was thinking, are they doing a monthly? Or I was thinking maybe a backup series or something like that. So it took me a moment to realize a nice, launching, mini series. Who knows if something else will develop out of this? So yeah, this is a character who. He kind of caught me off guard that I'm getting excited for him because my initial reaction was, really, do we need a British version of Batman? And then as I started seeing the guy, I'm like, you know what? This is going to be kind of neat. I want to see this one.
And I've liked the appearances in I actually like the appearances in Batman when they were originally introduced as a part of that Club of Heroes. But even more recently in Batman and Robin, the appearances I thought have been really good. When Robin was out of action and Squire was helping out, I thought that was really cool. So
definitely.
Now, what's interesting to me is what Bat books are going to be around post all of this. Because we've seen announcements recently about who's going to be on Detective Comics, which is Scott Snyder from American Vampire. Batman and Robin's going to be taken over by Peter Tomasi. We've got Batman the Dark Knight, which is going to be a brand new series, which is going to be launching. Batman's going to be Tony Daniel. And then we've got this Batman Incorporated. And Red Robin, obviously, is going to be continuing. Mm-hmm. I guess my question is going to be, are we still going to see Gotham City Sirens? Streets of Gotham, I'm assuming, is continuing with Paul Dini. I'm assuming that series is going to continue. I don't know that we've gotten any firm confirmation on that, but I guess I'm just assuming they're not going to take Paul Dini out of the Bat universe. So I'm assuming that he's going to stay on that book. Because he did mention, I think, post Heart of Hush, that there was going to be some single-issue one-shots that are going to be continuing. So I would assume that he meant that, obviously, on his book, because we haven't heard anything else otherwise. So with the amount of Batman books that are coming out, I guess it's really leading me to the conclusion that, and a lot of the hints that were going on there, I don't think we're going to see Dick Grayson go back to being Nightwing.
No, I think we're going to have two Batmans. And I remember a while ago I threw that out as a possibility. I was like, I don't know about that. I don't want to see Dick Grayson give up the cowl, but I want to see Bruce back in it. So
I do too.
I'm thinking I'm liking this. There's a lot of just positive outlook that you can have on having these two Batmans running around. It's going to be interesting to see how they work it out. But, with the creative muscle that they're announcing for these different titles, I think we can pull it off. And I think we'll get something that is a comprehensive universe. And I hope we keep... I'm always a little bit leery when I see a universe, a family that already has a lot of titles getting even more titles. Like the Bat universe, you look at how many titles are in the Bat family. There's already a lot of them. If we keep adding more, I do get a little worried that some of the titles are going to lose, people. Like maybe, for example, the Streets of Gotham or any of the other quote unquote outlining titles may lose people to Batman Inc., say. People who are like, hey, I got a fixed budget, I can only get 3 Bat titles, I'm going to drop these 2 and go with the new one. So I do worry about stuff like that, but looking at the amount of players we have in Gotham, they can really make this thing work and have a nice, solid, even balance throughout the different titles. We can get good, solid Bruce Wayne stories. Maybe Bruce and Tim Drake as Red Robin stories, and Dick Grayson and Damian as Robin, stories. You can get some solo Bruce stories or some solo Dick Grayson stories. Plus, we're going to have Dick Grayson in the JLA. He is going to be there. It's not going to be Bruce. They've confirmed that. So,
and I love that. I'm
Yes.
100% behind that because I don't think the JLA has been this good in a while. And to me, you feel the energy in it. I think this crossover with JLA JSA has done nothing but get me excited for that series. But I've been enjoying the build. Like, you could tell that Robinson, obviously some characters were taken away from, particularly things like Starfire. He wanted to work with Starfire, but Starfire's over in Rebels now. I did love the amount of love people were giving Rebels. We'll get to that in a couple minutes. But I love how Robinson said that, we were looking through and making plans for this. I wanted characters that I could use for the long term. So that's why you're seeing the shift from characters that he was using in, for example, in Cry for Justice to the team that he's got now. And I'm glad to see with that shift how that all turned out and how it all worked out because this team, Donna Troy, Dick Grayson, Congarilla, I really like Bill. I do like him in the book. Starman, I think he's great on the team. Supergirl, Jesse Quick, Jade. These are characters who I think it's just going to, as it's fleshing together and coming together, it's going to be an interesting team. You've got your Green Lantern character, in Jade. You've got your Speedster in Jesse Quick. You've got your Wonder Woman-style heavy hitter in Donna Troy, who's a character who I think just naturally fits with, Dick Grayson. And there's that familiarity of the Titans, who I think, they've been trying for years to relaunch the Titans as an adult series, with that as the adult Titans, I should say, in the Titans. For whatever reason, it hasn't kind of caught on. I think this is the solution. It really is taking these characters and mixing them in with other characters in the DCU that are ready to graduate who aren't necessarily tied into every big event that are going on, that they can focus on doing big, epic Justice League stories. And if there is a big event in the universe, they can be presented as the Justice League. And it gives your big tier like Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, freedom to be doing their big arcs that are in there. And I did like, there was a mention that after this JLA-JSA crossover, there's going to be a crime syndicate battle between this new Justice League. And they're going to explain why people like Hal and Superman aren't there, but yet that they have total confidence in this team because it's Dick Grayson and it's Donna Troy and it's these characters who really have been around and established long enough that they're A-listers. I'm a fan of this because, to me, one of the strengths of books, we always talk about the Wolfman Perez run, for example, of Teen Titans. I think one of the reasons why that run is looked back at so fondly, at the time that run was going, none of those characters were in other books, with the exception of Wally West when he would make appearances. But even then, with the exception of Wally West when he was in the Flash book. And he would make appearances in there, but most of the team that was on there were only in that book. And the advantage was a lot of the interpersonal dynamics and everything that were worked out in that book were worked out in those books. Relationships were built in those books. Dick Grayson and Starfire being a great example of that romance that was in there. Donna Troy's romantic interests played out in there. Her marriage, her husband, her son. Those things all played out in her books. In that book of Teen Titans. So to have these characters mainly focused in the Justice League book, to me just makes perfect sense. And I'm just hoping to see those kind of relationships built up. I'm curious. We got Supergirl's got her own book, and obviously Batman's going to be in his own book. But I do think with having a majority of the team in those positions, I think it's going to work. I really do. I have a lot of confidence in this.
Oh yeah, amen.
You know what? It's funny. I was one of the adamant people that was saying I didn't want two Batmen. I've warmed up to the idea. I'm going to completely say that I've changed my tune. I don't mind backtracking on that. I think one of the reasons why is I was so adamant that I wanted Bruce back in the cowl that I really wasn't taking seriously the option of having two Batmen. I just didn't see that happening. Now that we've been kind of presented with more hints in that direction, it leads me to believe that this could work because I do like Dick Grayson as Batman. I do like that. I think that Batman and Robin's been stellar. Batman was great. That arc with Tony Daniel with Dick Grayson's been great. It's obvious that with these books launching, that some of the books are going to focus on Bruce, some are going to focus on Dick Grayson, and I would gather that some would be able to use either or.
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like.
And I actually think that's going to be a strength. I like the idea that Commissioner Gordon is going to have a backup, or a co-feature, I should say. And I don't know why backup became such a dirty word or something like that, like it's diminishing. But co-feature is going to be a Commissioner Gordon one. It's going to be in the back of Detective, which is great. More Jim Gordon's always good to me. So I'm going to be curious to see what books explore what and how they're going to go. We've got a Batwoman series coming. There's going to be a lot of Bat books.
Yeah, that's why I said there's always a little bit of leeriness, that I have. Like, Batwoman series is a prime example, but of what I'm like, some of my fears. People may not give it a try because they say, "Hey, I got all these other Bat titles," and I'm thinking that Batwoman series is going to be pretty cool because we've already seen she's an interesting and dynamic character. You can tell some really great stories with her, and I want to see those stories. Now, for me, I'm all in on it, but there's very, viable reasons why people have to limit their, poll lists. So this is something I'm going to be curious to see how much interconnection we get, how much of a universal feel, and how all these new titles do, coming onto the scene at the same time.
Yeah, I'm curious too to see how this is going to, and actually see, because we haven't seen the full layout yet of what all the books actually are. Because, what does this mean for Gotham City Sirens is something I'm very curious about. Is that book still going to be around? Because the question was brought up about a Catwoman series. They were talking about a Catwoman solo series. Like, I want to see Gotham City Sirens continue. So I'm hoping that does, because I'm liking that dynamic of those three characters. So I'm hoping that book continues on. It is funny. There's nothing I want to take away. I'm excited for there's really 2 other series that are coming out of this. And Batwoman.
Yeah.
So 3. I take that back. There's 3 series that are going to be coming out of this. I don't want to see Batgirl touched, which I think we're pretty set that Batgirl's going to be just fine, because that series is just plain fun. Birds of Prey is locked in solid. So I think we're going to be... Gotham City Sirens is the only question mark, because I haven't heard anything about it. But we're getting Batwoman, Batman the Dark Knight, and then Batman Inc. Does that bother you any?
Me personally, no. I'm looking forward to it because there's such good stuff going on in the Bat universe. It's not like there was nothing going on and they decided, hey, let's jumpstart the Batman title by throwing out all these new books. No, they jumpstarted the Batman title with R.I.P., with the death of Bruce Wayne, with the return, with all these massive event-level stuff going on in the Bat family, massive shakeups within the storylines, and they're adding to this. So it's basically another one of those fanning the flames. You got a hot topic going on right now. You got a universe, a family that really has a lot of attention, a lot of positive energy in it. So let's see what else we can build out of this. So for me, I'm really excited about this. But it's on the other side, you do have to logically look at it and say, okay, is it too much? It's like, some of all the cool news coming out on Birds of Prey just had me even more and more excited. We're talked about that White Canary will be revealed, and we're going to get some cool scenes about who White Canary is, and just that kind of dealings, and also a Secret Six reunion kind of deal where Huntress is going to once again meet up with Catman, but this is not the same guy she knew before. So there's definitely things are going to get, quote unquote, things are going to get ugly. And I'm really giddy at the thought of seeing how Huntress, deals with the current Catman, he's not the same guy he was before. So it's stuff like that just comments that just get me more and more jazzed. I'm like, yes, this is a good time to be in the Bat family.
I think that's the story arc. There's going to be a story arc taking place in Birds of Prey in Thailand after we find out who White Canary is. Is that right, Thailand? Was it?
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
And I'm excited for that one. It has me more convinced that Mother is somehow involved. It's still speculation at this point, but I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with White Canary and who that character is. I don't, it's one of those where I don't care if I'm swerved. I'm thinking back to the Batman things, and here's a wild, wacky possible. What if they're swerving us? In the sense that we've seen them do it before where they announce one title of a book and the title turns into something else. Yeah. What if one of those books is going to pop up being Nightwing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I am guessing, though, if Dick Grayson's going to stay Batman, the Tomasi book is going to stay Batman and Robin with Damian.
Yeah, I really hope so. Because they even made a comment about how we'll get to see Bruce and Damian interact, and it's going to be interesting. So it kind of led to believe that they're not going to have the best of relationship, out the gate. And it's, you think about it, there would be a lot of issues in dealing with this father who's never been around, and Damian has an established relationship and an established trust level with Dick Grayson. So how's he going to be treated? If Bruce treats Damian differently than Dick Grayson, he's naturally going to go, hey, he trusts me. He knows what I'm able to do. You don't. You don't know me. You don't understand me. Kind of, dealings. So especially a kid like Damian who, he can fire off a little bit hot. He's not always the most rational thinker. So I'm kind of curious to see what kind of interaction we're going to get there.
I'm hoping we get Wayne Manor, obviously Bruce and Wayne Manor and the Batcave, but Dick and Damian in the penthouse. I kind of like multiple bases of operation going. I think that's going to be...
Works and makes sense.
Yeah.
It definitely does. Something else I'm really excited about, speaking of Damian, is his interaction with Teen Titans. They've already said he's going to be popping his head in on that team, and that's just one. Damian dealing with people is always fun, but also Damian and Tim Drake, having butting heads. Because there's going to be issues, and we've already seen in the recent Red Robin issue, that those two really have their long-term problems ahead of them. So seeing Damian pop up in Teen Titans, which is quote unquote Tim's home turf now, I think that's going to be kind of some interesting stories being told.
Well, and the core team on that book, at least to start out, is going to be Superboy, Beast Boy, Ravager, Raven, Kid Flash, and Wonder Girl. Now, it's interesting. Who would you like to see? Because it's going to be J.T. Cruel writing, Nicholas Scott on art. So it's a good time for a new Titans creative team. Because I think the book Felicia Henderson is writing right now is pulling this group back together with The Hunt for Raven. Because I'm really digging the book. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens to the current members like Static, which we know is getting his own series, Bombshell, and Aquagirl. So it's interesting, and they're also creating a new character that's going to be a part of this series. We're going to see at some point in time this new character dropped in. And they said they're going to play around with a couple other classic Titans characters as time goes on. Who do you want to see more on that team, though, Red Robin or Damian? Because I don't see them both winding up on the team. Do you have a preference?
I always go for Tim, just because, I like Tim. Tim's my guy, so I like seeing Tim interact with Superboy and with just get back with his friends. But I am looking forward to the Damian moments, just because, they're going to have some fun with him. They've said they're going to do some little stuff with it, and I'm really excited about this team. Creative wise, story wise, we've seen some great stories and we've seen some wonderful art in the past. So getting these two together is something I'm looking forward to. And they're even talking, I want to say the DC Nation panel, but I'm not sure. They're talking about, someone asked them their favorite Titan villain, and J.T. Cruel saying how he really liked Deathstroke and Terra in the Judas Contract, and Nicholas Scott was like, yeah, she kind of agreed with that, but she also made the comments that she really liked the one they are creating. So we're going to get an original Titans villain being introduced by this creative team, and that's something I'm really digging about. It was a nice tease into something that's going to come out. I was already excited about this team, but to know they're not just taking the characters and continuing the stories, they're putting their twist on it, they're developing it, they're changing it, they're fleshing some stuff out and making it their own. And when you see creative teams get that excited and get that passionate about it, you're going to get some good stuff. So I'm really chomping at the bit for Titans.
It's honestly, I'm going to say it's pretty much so across DC right now. One of the things I'm digging is the fact that there is such a big push for new characters, new villains, new creations. Like one of the criticisms I get, why are they going back to people like Barry Allen and stuff like that? Well, it's not as simple as going back. Yes, we're seeing him, deal with the rogues and things like that, but he's also got this futuristic rogues gallery that's coming up, and he's having issues with in his book, which I'm finding incredibly interesting. This police force that really seems to, I feel like they are genuinely and on the up and up. They think that they need to stop Barry, that there's legal reasons why they need to do it, moral reasons why they need to do it, which makes for an interesting story for me because I'm still going under the impression that they think they're doing the right thing. So I'm finding this Barry story incredibly interesting right now because of these new things that are thrown in the mix as well. But seeing Barry back after all this time is new, because the Rogues have gone through so much with Wally, and now we're finding out that nothing that we believed, nothing that we knew is true. Because they were sort of, the brighter villains. Like, Wally was kind of reforming them and trying to do things with them and stuff like that. Now we're finding out that the truth of the matter was they all hated Barry all along, and they were duping Wally.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping eventually we get characters like Piper and them coming back to see how those are, but also then new villains and new characters, because that seems to be something it's not just the bringing in and reimagining the old villains, it's the new characters that end up getting created that are fun and interesting as well.
Yeah, I tell you, it's funny with the future rogues. I'm reading the story, and it seems like they're the cops from the future. They're just, misunderstanding. They don't really realize they're going to make. But for some reason, in the back of my head, I keep saying, you know what? Maybe they're not. Maybe they aren't the good guys. Maybe these are criminals coming back into the past. Maybe these aren't. They keep saying that they're the police force, that they're trying to stop a murder. What a great scam to pull. If you're from the future, you come back, you say it. What proof, can they have to prove that they're, that they aren't actually villains? You look at when they first came back, their temporal wave kind of destroyed a building. Not one of them, not only, they didn't really react to try to save the people, it was the Flash who jumped into it. Now, granted, you can say it was a complete accident. They didn't realize their temporal wave would do that, but it's how a hero reacts to accidents that define them as a hero. As soon as, Barry saw the problem, he immediately reacted, saved the people. So I don't know, there's little stuff, it's stuff like that that just, in the back of my head, just kind of has, my whatnot sense tingling that maybe these guys aren't good guys.
See, I see that possibility too, but there is also that part of me that's thinking if they're on the up and up, maybe they're just being too aggressive in their efforts to chase Barry. That's part of what's going on. Also, the fact that being that they're time travelers, they know that they can only, on a limited level, influence the world that they're coming back to. Otherwise, they could drastically change their future. I wonder if we don't find out that maybe something they did caused, accidentally appearing in the... I don't know. I'm just very curious to see how this story continues to play out. I did like the bit with the contaminated evidence. How Barry's DNA was showing up and they believed that Barry contaminated the evidence, which... Barry right away, obviously he's not going to say it in front of them. He'd be a moron to do it. But, Barry's thinking is, of course I didn't contaminate the evidence. And so the question is, why is my DNA there? I like his supporting cast. I like that we aren't just seeing him in the costume. We're also seeing him out of the costume, because that's really important to me. I do like secret identities, and I like when they're explored. I think that is something that I'm really enjoying, and I've been continuing to enjoy about books like Superman and Supergirl, which I want to talk about in a little bit. I'm enjoying the fact that these books do have them in both identities and trying to fit and work through those two worlds. Even when we talked about Grounded, it was nice to see Lois Lane make an appearance there and talk about, what are we going to do with Clark? Because it's a very important concern because he's worked so long to build that up. And that was something that they addressed in that, which I found that was interesting. I wanted to mention one other thing about Tiny Titans that I thought was kind of cool. It looks like it's going to be collected in digest form, and I think they were saying through Archie to get into the supermarkets, which I thought was cool because they got this crossover going on with little Archie. So,
nice.
Yeah, which I think is going to be great. Yeah. But, with the cancellations, which I don't want to see Super Friends canceled or Billy Batson, at least that team's going on to Young Justice. I was glad to see some good news about Tiny Titans expand, because I think that's the key. And they did say they're exploring things like possibly they're revisiting the idea of doing a Wonder Woman series. That's not an announcement of it, but that's something they're exploring, and a possibility of following up the Supergirl Cosmic Adventures in the 8th grade, which I thought was really good. So,
yeah, I like that. I picked that one up, and I thought that was an enjoyable read.
Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters is going to be an ongoing series, and I was really worried about that creative team post Power Girl, because I'm like, and I mean the writers in particular, because Amanda Conner I knew was going to go on to a new project, but I'm really liking Justin Gray and Jimmy Palmiotti in the DC universe. And, to hear, I love Jonah Hex, but to hear that we're losing one of their books was really bugging me. And when I heard Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters, I was like, yes. And that's a book that I can't recommend enough. If any of you listening have not read the two miniseries that have come forward previously from that, they're amazingly good. Definitely jump on board this new series when it comes out. But I guess it's a national mystery unfolds when the government learns of the existence of a Confederate superweapon intended to ensure the South won the Civil War. Who built it and why wasn't it used? Find out when Uncle Sam leads the team on a quest through the hidden history of the United States. And that's going to, with new challenges and old threats returning to plague them, the stakes are higher than ever. Can even these stalwart heroes stand by their duty when the country calls? That just sounds cool to me. I mean, it sounds different than other team books that I'm reading right now. And that's something Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters delivers. And I do want to talk a little bit about teams in the DC Universe, because we just talked about the great things they're doing with Teen Titans, the great things they're doing with the Justice League. Now Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters is coming in, and I loved the focus at this con on really, because I feel like Batman's in a really good place. Superman's in a really good place. Wonder Woman I've loved since Gail Simone took over. Now we've got JMS taking over, and I'm digging this new run where it's going. So they've got the big three in place. Green Lantern's obviously rock solid right now. A lot of momentum post Blackest Night. And with the new book launching and everything like that, they've got 3 titles they're going to be going over there that just sound more and more exciting, with events with Larfleeze going to be in there, which sounds... I mean, honestly, the Larfleeze chasing Santa Claus stuff they were talking about.
Yeah, the Larfleeze Christmas special, I hope to God that actually happens.
Well, for sure in the Green Lantern book, I guess Hal's going to have to explain to him about Santa Claus, because he's going to be chasing... So I find that stuff kind of cool. So, I mean, I'm glad to see that's... all that whole universe, and there's going to be a lot of focus on Jon Stewart and obviously Kyle, and the whole band that we're used to seeing over in that end, and Guy Gardner's in his book, and Ganthet, and all the players that we expect to see are going to be great over there. We got the Flash, got Flashpoint coming up and all that. So these are characters that are taken care of, and Green Arrow has got stuff going on. So we got all that taken care of, and the Bat universe and Birds and our usual stuff. So now we're focusing on teen books, and actually I can throw Birds of Prey in there as a teen book. That it's now we're reestablishing these teen characters the way they should be. And Uncle Sam, that announcement was really exciting for me. Teen Titans, that announcement. Have you been enjoying the Teen Titans book?
I've actually been enjoying it more now. I started seeing more of. It was getting away from stuff that I was like, I don't know, and it kind of, there was a couple hiccups going along the way, and now with these stories are starting to get, I'm like, okay, it's going somewhere. It looks like it actually has a more solid direction, and definitely, as I said, the stuff, just hearing what's coming down the pipeline, looking forward to it. It fell from my hierarchy though. It fell dramatically. It was never in any danger of being dropped, but it wasn't one of those upper tier ones. It was always in my top 5. If you remember, just even a year or two ago, it was up there. Now it fell down to the mid range to, okay, I'll get to it. I will read it, but I got a bunch of other titles I want to read over it. So it's becoming more solid, but it still has a ways to go until it's a Secret Six or Birds of Prey.
Teen Titans and Justice League, I think, have had the same problem. It hasn't been the quality of creative. I think it's been the issue of the events that are going on in the universe surrounding it affecting those books. With the return of Superboy and Kid Flash, it kind of left Teen Titans in limbo, as those books were obviously waiting for those characters to kind of come back. I think it left the writer, like Felicia Henderson, in a spot where she had to slowly build towards their return to the team. And I thought she did a very nice job with it. I liked the Static storyline a great deal, like when she did Spotlight. Actually gave me a lot of hope for her Static series, because I really enjoyed the Static arc. That was where I think the Static arc is where I really started getting re-energized in the book. And as that arc kind of continued on into where we're at this point with this hunt for Raven, I've really liked how like Bombshell and Aquagirl, for example, have been playing off each other, and just kind of the trouble like Superboy and Wonder Girl have been having as far as finding how their relationship fits into things, because she's worked so hard to be the leader of the team. And Superboy's come back, and he's in a different role now. He's got to take a backseat to her, and she's got to make sure that authority, that spot that she's put in and worked so hard to be in, is maintained. So it is interesting to see how I wonder how their relationship is going to come out of all this. So that's interesting to see how those characters are going to interact. But I'm glad to see that they're going to be on the core team. And Superboy's a character I'm really excited to see him getting a solo again.
Yeah.
Because I loved him at Adventure Comics, and Jeff Lemire taking over him, I think, is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and just like with the Bat universe, the Superman universe is really, getting some cool stuff going down the pipeline, and It's something that, again, it's a long build. It's not just a boom, okay, let's introduce these things. No, it's been a nice gradual build, kind of reintroducing, reestablishing Superboy at first in Adventure Comics. Now he's going to get it's going to continue on in his own series. Plus, he's still with his, where you're comfortable with him in Teen Titans. You got Supergirl. She's, building up her character through everything that happened with New Krypton, with her story. You're getting some personal stuff on hers and her title, but you're also going to get some additional stuff with her in JLA. I like this usage of the multiple titles, the multiple just environments that we're seeing these heroes in. I think it's a good way to draw people in and just make you. It makes more sense that they would do this type of stuff.
Speaking of books, team books. Titans is a book that we were talking about, Teen Titans. How do you like the revamp of Titans? We've gone now from what was mainly a superhero team book featuring the original Teen Titans, the ones actually from the Wolfman and Perez era, to now with the shift to having Deathstroke take over the team and seeing heroes that are mainly either villains or those kind of, I guess Osiris and Tattooed Man, you have to consider them villains now, or at least some kind of bizarre gray area in the middle. Actually, I take that back. With what happened with Adam, I think we're pretty clear here on where they are. I think that gray area is gone now. These are villains for hire. And it looks like Red Arrow. Not Red Arrow, Arsenal.
Arsenal. Yeah, I tell you, you got a definite, accessory to murder makes you a villain. So those two are now in that, they've crossed over that line. They are now part of a villain team. And Arsenal, I really did not see that coming with him going that route, but I'm curious to see. I want to see where this goes long term. What are we going to actually get out of this? Is this something that we're going to see full on through, multiple issues? Is this going to be just a short thing? Is he going to snap out of it? I don't know. I really like what they're doing with Titans by making it this villain team and getting away from the original Teen Titans, title. Let's just call it Titans. When it first came out, I was like, okay, I was reading it, I was up, I was down on it, I was like, but I like the fact that they're getting away from that and basically just developing and evolving who the characters are. They're no longer part of a Teen Titans or part of a Titan series. They're just Justice League. They're part of, still a couple Beast Boys still going to be involved with, associated with, kind of. So you got that, but it's still...
Beast Boy associated with what?
With Teen Titans.
Beast Boy's one of the main members of Teen Titans.
Right.
The new team.
So, I'm saying they're evolving from that, but really he's not. But it's...
It's really a relaunch of the series. Yeah. I mean, technically, they could have easily given the book a new number one. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't do that, because there's really a new direction for the team series. It's not a problem that they didn't give it a new number one, but it's funny with the direction of the series now and with it being so much a villains book. They did that Titans Villains for Hire special. With the only thing I didn't like about it is the hero who got killed. I actually thought the actual premise is very cool. I love the Luthor issues. In the regular series so far. It's heading in a direction that I'm finding interesting. It took a book that I thought was okay and I was enjoying and made it into a book that I'm really digging. It's interesting to see these dark characters in this kind of light, and it made this book kind of from something that was a book that I was enjoying, I wasn't ready to drop it or anything, into a book that I'm really interested in. And that is a big switch. Where the old series, there was times where I would stockpile an issue or two before I'd read it. It'd be 2 or 3 issues in my stack, and then I'd read them together and be glad that I read them. But that's where it was. It was kind of in that medium place where it's kind of like, okay, I'm enjoying following these characters still, but it's not rocking my world. Into a book now where I'm reading it as it comes out. And I think that's been a big distinction for me with this series, is it's got me interested, and it's got me intrigued to see where they're going next. I'm glad Ravager isn't in this book. I was afraid she was going to be. And after all that has been done with that character, I am thrilled she's going to be on Teen Titans versus being in Titans.
Amen. And I like the one of the panels, someone asked about, Ryan Choi with his, is anybody going to ever do anything about this? This is a hero who was killed, and they said down the road we're going to see people will start pursuing Ryan Choi's killer. Now, they never said who is going to be pursuing it. I'm assuming it's going to happen in the Titans book, and maybe it's going to be Atom, maybe it's going to be Justice League, maybe it's going to be who knows, but that story isn't over. It's not going to be a throwaway, so I'm kind of curious to see that come out.
I've got a suggestion. I'd like to see the Birds, the Six, and the entire cast of Welcome to Tranquility. Just because I want to see Gail have a chance to get redemption.
Yes.
But it's funny. That was the character choice was the only thing that bothered me. Yeah. I actually like the direction that Titans is going in because it's interesting. I'm going to be curious to see how Osiris is going to play into all this in Black Adam, because I'm assuming now Black Adam on some level is going to play out in that book and probably in Brightest Day as well. I don't know. I'm curious to see what we're going to find out with these statues and where this goes. What's with the cracks on Isis's face? Is that a positive thing? Or is it a negative reaction to the direction of Osiris? I don't know, because that's something I see that could be either way. That could be a good or a bad thing. Do we want these things cracking or not?
I say it's a negative thing, and I don't think it's probably one of those. The more bad he does, the worse it's going to be. It's going to happen to her or something like kind of deals. But I want to say it was Ian Sattler made a comment that we are going to see more from Black Adam. In one of the DC Nation panels or something, like, because someone asked about what are we going to get from Black Adam? Like, we're going to see more from Black Adam. So his story is not done yet, and you have to assume it's going to be in Titans where it's going to come out. So that's another reason for me really to be glued to Titans, because I'm a Black Adam fan. So.
Jumping to another team, I want to talk about Justice Society of America real quick and JSA All-Stars. Justice Society of America, after this whole crossover arc, is going to then it's going to have an epilogue, which is going to be focusing on Alan Scott, because I guess James Robinson's going to put him through the ringer, but then reestablish and redefine him during this series, where people are going to see him again as being a pivotal, major player in the DC universe, and why the Starheart's important. It looks like Jade's going to be the light side and Obsidian's the dark side of the Starheart's powers, and we're going to get more of a, kind of a look at what that family tree is like and how it relates to the Starheart and who these people really are to the DC universe, which is great, because there are three characters who I'm highly interested in, but Alan Scott especially being this Golden Age character, this hero. I'm glad to see James Robinson having a chance to really do some magic with him, because that was my first exposure to James Robinson, was him dealing with characters like, your Jack Knight Starman, his Golden Age miniseries, which is one, if you haven't read the Golden Age, I can't recommend it enough to any of our listeners to read James Robinson's work with that, to kind of, and he's part of the whole kickoff of the JSA. These are characters who are greatly important to him, and just to hear him talk about, we're going to, kind of redefine, reestablish, and kind of put this guy back where he should be. It's something that Jeff Johns always did in that series, and kind of see this character back where he belongs, and I love that. I'm excited for that. And then Guggenheim's going to build off of that, which is going to be cool. He's going to be taking over the series, and it looks like Scott Collins is going to be doing the artwork. And it's funny. He's going to be starting off with 6 characters at first, and I'm assuming the 6 are going to be Dr. Fate, Alan Scott, Wildcat, Flash, Dr. Midnight, and Mr. Terrific. Just looking at that cover, but I know that they mentioned in one article I read, they mentioned that Lightning is going to be focused on at some point. And I'm hoping, myself personally, I'm hoping Mr. America, because that's a guy who I think has been very well developed, not only just from the Jeff Johns run. I thought the current creative team has been doing a great job with Mr. America. So I'm hoping that those characters continue. But then they're slowly building it from a team to an actual society of heroes. And he said there's a definite reason for this. There's going to be a new city in the DC universe called Monument Point, and these other heroes are going to be drawn to this place. So what do you think about that, going back to the society idea in that book and this Monument Point? Is this something you're excited about? Because I love DC's original cities, and the idea that there's going to be a city that's now going to be established for this society aspect of the Justice Society is something that's got me very excited. Are you into that?
Oh, big time. This is, one of those cool factors of the JSA, the difference of the JSA to the JLA. It's that whole society, it's that family aspect, it's that, your old school classic long-term heroes, taking in the younger ones, making a better product, making a better quality hero. And it's that notions behind that is the JSA and really makes it something cool. So once again, I'm seeing this as a nice reestablishment of the team, of who they are, what they're about, and going there. It's like they're going back old school. They're kicking it old school. Going to bring in the initial 6. I agree with you on who you said was going to be the 6 people, because that's the core. And then as the core, they'll start building on it, taking the younger people, taking the legacy stuff in there. It's something I'm definitely looking forward to seeing. It's, it'll have probably a different feel to it than All Stars, but I like the fact that the 2 titles have a different feel to them. If it's, if they were the same title, if they had the same style, then it would be like, okay, why are we actually doing this? Each individual team has their own strengths, their own weaknesses, their own peculiarities, and just the whatnot behind the team. So I want to see that fleshed out, and introducing, putting them in a new city, a new, we're going to probably get a new fortress, because the Brownstone's a little bit kind of it's a fixer-upper right now, so so
it's gone.
A little bit of paint, some spackle, it'll be good as new. It's a fixer-upper.
A little bit of paint and some spackle would be a mess, because there's nothing to put it on. You can just add it to the pile, I guess. It's, it's funny, when you talk about the differences between JSA and JSA All-Stars, I've really enjoyed that. I loved the Future arc that they just recently did, where it was the Nazi focus, and that had that evil Nazi team, and there was the egg, and Mr. Terrific talking, basically sending the message to himself in the past, and they just narrowly managing to, wake up and get through that whole set of events. I really enjoyed that whole arc. I'm a big fan of future stories like that. I've always dug those. I like when I like too when it's not just a one shot. I like when it's a multi-issue arc where you get to see, because that had the whole universe in it. It had Superman, it had Batman, it had both villains and heroes who were in there in this establishment of what if the Nazis rose up again, an evil, new evil villain version of them, and won and conquered and took over the world. Which the World War II history of the JSA, that's always fun to see that kind of thing play out, and I really enjoyed that arc, and it was just a very pleasing story. And I like that wrapped up nicely, and they had that single issue where it led it into the events that we see now that are taking place in the crossover. So I really applaud creatively and editorially the way these books have been working, where when there's creative team changes, things aren't just dropped and then bam, we're put into a new continuity. There's an organic flow to this, which has been nice, because I've been a fan. JSA, it was funny when Willingham and Sturgis took over the main book, Justice Society of America, and then it split off into 2 books. It was one of those things where you felt the team was in a dysfunction in their initial arc, and there was a natural point of a split, and then you had the JSA All-Stars finding their place and JSA finding their place. I think we've reached that point with both teams now, and we're ready to move forward. Like, this crossover came at a time where I felt the JSA team in the main book proper are in that place where they've established themselves again. They figured out their modus operandi, so to speak. They know who they are and where they want to go, and their team collectively has that same energy together. So they're ready to move forward in a direction that I could see Guggenheim being able to take them there now. And that's something where in this arc, it makes a lot of sense in this crossover that these are the players that are involved in that. Moving over to All-Stars, it's funny, when we talk about All-Stars, the point was brought up at a panel, and I don't know if you saw this, it was from a fan on the need of 2 books. They said, couldn't the JSA All-Stars just be folded back with the focus of the main book being on the society again? I disagree with that. See, I adore what Jeff Johns did, and I think that the huge society aspect works with this team. But I always felt that there was room for an additional JSA book to spotlight other characters with this huge JSA character pool. Like, I was a fan of things like JSA Classified and stuff like that when they were doing it. See, what I think I like about All-Stars is that it's really evolved into its own, with Judo Master getting that great spotlight in that Damage issue, which I thought was cool, Power Girl, Cyclone, Hourman, Sandman, Stargirl, Kid Chimera, and Anna Fortune, who I think is a very cool character, this new one that was introduced. And I think Atom Smasher's on the team now. It feels like he's kind of back.
Yeah, he's definitely back. He's on the team.
Yeah. So I like the mix of classic and a couple of new faces. This has really started to feel like a JSA style squad, but I like that they feel like slightly different as well. There's a different leader running this team, but it feels like a good, strong team in the DC universe. And this is what I mean, where it seems like DC's teams have been getting a lot more focus by the higher ups, as far as saying, let's get creators on here and start heading these books in the directions where we're getting really strongly established teams. And these are teams, this is a team, this All-Stars team, I want to continue following in their own adventures. I don't think folding them back into the JSA book proper would be good for either book. I also don't think it would be good for the readership. At this point, what I'm liking is we went through this kind of breakup, and where things were shaken up, and they were developing different philosophies. We saw the All-Stars team go through its own kind of shakeup after they split off with Magog, where they realized Magog's way, it was Magog's way or the highway, and they kicked him to the highway, and I liked that. That was very cool. So I'm personally curious to see where this is going to go from here. The All-Stars, I think, have established themselves now. And I really like this team. I like this book. I like the direction. And I don't think folding that back into the JSA would be good for Justice Society of America, because I think the solidity that they've made with that team would be lost as well. So I'm hoping that, I think there's room for crossovers between those teams, and there's room for acknowledgement of those teams to each other. And there's, like I said, great opportunities for characters to kind of jump from one book to the other as far as helping out or being a part of story arcs. But I adamantly, and if you disagree with me, please let me know, I view the two JSA books quite equally right now, in a way that I'm very pleased with. And it took time to grow to that, in the sense, but it felt like the stories were heading in that direction all along. And I loved the feel of this being more of a building up of a set of stairs, where every month you felt like you were going up another stair to reach the top, to the point where they're at right now. I feel like we're at the top of the stairs with these two books right now, and I'm really interested in following them in new adventures versus another shakeup, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, and all I got to add to that is, oh, my brother, testify.
Do you like the new character, like Anna Fortune?
Dude, I'm in agreement with you on every single thing you've been saying. I'm like, yes. I really dig the two-team dynamic. I like that, as I said, I like how each book has their own feel to it. Yes, this is a JSA title, but it does have its own different feel to it. It has its own different take on it. I like, the characters, they how they mix things up. There are some classic JSA characters. They got some younger characters. They've added a new one on. I could actually wouldn't mind seeing maybe even a couple more people added to the All-Star roster down the pipeline, even if it's a one-shot or a story arc or something like that, because there's still other characters out there that they haven't used yet. I'd kind of like to see, but same can go on the Justice Society, end of it, where, build up a couple more characters there. And with the crossovers, definitely has to feel like at any point in time, you could see, like if the JSA is getting beat down, you see the All-Stars flying as the cavalry run in, or same, vice versa. All-Stars is having some trouble. In comes the old guard. In comes the JSA saying, hey, you mess with one of us, you mess with us all. So definitely is plenty of room, for those type of moments. And I tell you, every single time I read one of those moments, I'll probably hoorah it, just because that is, the strength of these teams.
And I don't want another shakeup now with these teams. I feel like I'm growing in fondness to these teams as they are right now, because we've got 8 characters we just talked about in All-Stars. And you're right, like if there's a shift of 1 or 2, fine. But I really want to feel like we're solidifying this team and getting a core team that is moving forward now. Let's keep going with more adventures and more, let's get to know them as a unit now. Which is, to me, I think that seems to be a focus of what's going on at DC, and something I really liked, especially in their teams panel, where there was a whole focus on the directions of these teams, and it really looks like the thing is about solidifying strong teams that people can get behind. Enough with the shakeups. We've done enough shakeups. At this point now, especially with teams that have gone through recent shakeups, keep building forward, keep moving in that direction, and I want to see that continue. And I'm glad these are 2 books that I've grown in interest in. And I don't want to see any other shakeups with them. As far as let's not go crazy with the roster, let's get to know them. And that's kind of cool. So I actually want to mention one other thing about JSA All-Stars. The co-feature that just wrapped up with Our Man and Liberty Bell, Really enjoyed that. It's great to see that they do still find time to work together, even though they're on separate teams. I know with her joining the JLA that it will be interesting to see how this affects their marriage. Different jobs, teams in this case, can lead to stress, but working through that can make a couple stronger. And I liked that about the co-feature. You got to see the two of them have their own adventure together and see how they make time for each other. And it's not something you can always establish in the main titles that either of them are in, but I do appreciate that even when the two of them weren't in adventures, the main top title proper, like you'd see Our Man on the phone with her real quick or something like that in a background panel. Those little tiny details that writers and artists put into a book give me a sense of a larger world. It adds a dimension, it adds depth. And it's just a small little passing thing. It doesn't really affect the overall story that's being told there, but it does give me a sense that that person is not a flat character. It's three-dimensional, and that there's some depth to it. And their relationship and maintaining little nods to it in the books, even though they're not in the same book together, has been something that I've liked. And then the co-feature as well, I thought was a really great adventure, seeing them team up with the villains.
Yeah.
And, how the villains stayed true to form. But yet there was still an adventure aspect to the whole thing, and I'm curious as that co-feature begins to wrap up and things like that, if we're going to see similar co-features and how they go from that point. But I actually do like the co-feature aspect a great deal, and this has been a very good use of it.
Yes, definitely.
We are crystal men from Mercury. We have no quarrel with you.
Jim, before we jump back into Team Books, while you and I were saving that file that we just recorded from the first segment, we started talking about the DCU Online game. And we're getting close to the release. It's going to be November 2nd. This game's actually being released. I'm really excited for the amount of focus that DC has on games. Besides the DCU Online game, there's going to be a Green Lantern game that's coming out alongside the movie, but it's going to have an original story. There's a Suicide Squad game in development, which is mature rated and very violent. DC Universe Online, though, going back to that, is going to be $14.99 monthly on the PC or the PS3, and then 1 month free with purchase, which is pretty standard for all MMOs. DCU Online features 2 versus 2 arenas where you can do like player versus players as DC Universe characters. So you can play as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, so on and so forth, Flash. The DCU Online voice cast includes Adam Baldwin, Kevin Conroy, James Marsters, Mark Hamill as the Joker, and I've already seen some of those voice casts in previews that are out there. So I'm very excited for this game. Now, for people that haven't played MMOs before, the reason why there's a monthly fee is it's not just the initial game that you purchase continually added on content. These worlds are living and thriving. Most games, when you purchase them, you buy the contained experience where you go from A to B. There's a beginning, middle, and ending to the game. You get to a certain point where you can play some multiplayer aspects to it, but any stories that you play in the game are done at the end of the game. In this case, for MMOs, you're paying for ongoing content. They continually add to the game. There's going to be new cities, new add-ons, new stories, new adventures, different things added to this world to continue. So sometimes there is an end game point where your character reaches a certain level. But usually, even in that case, for top-tier characters, they add on new content for those characters as well. So, and there's always incentive to create new characters because of the new stuff that they add along the way. So I'm excited for the DCU Online. What you and I were talking about, though, Jim, you don't have a game system currently. You've been playing games like City of Heroes on your computer. Are you going to play DCU Online on the computer? You're going to play it on the PlayStation 3? And I even said to you at one point, I'm like, are you going to be playing this game? Are you getting it? It's November 2nd.
Yeah, see, I think we finally have found the thing that's going to get me to get a PlayStation. Get the PS3, because while they keep saying that it's going to be for both platforms and all that, I think from some of the stuff I've seen at the cons and just seen online, I think console's probably going to be a little bit better gameplay of it. So one, I'm looking at picking up the system just for a Blu-ray, but also I'm looking at, for this game, for other games that I've seen, like, that'd be kind of neat to play out there. So I think this is finally going to be the thing that gets me to get one of these things.
Now, it is fun. It's in development simultaneously for both the PlayStation 3 and the PC, and it is launching November 2nd on both. So for people that, if you don't have a PlayStation 3, there is the option to play it on the PC. And the game has been developed and optimized for that as well. The one thing that I'm interested in that I haven't heard a lot of is, and I'm assuming there's going to be this, because Final Fantasy did this, Actually, Final Fantasy did this where you could play on the PlayStation 2, the Xbox 360, and the PC. All the people were able to play together. So I haven't heard yet for sure if PC players and PlayStation 3 players can play together. Because the funny part for me is they'll get me to buy the game twice if I can play it on both my PC and my PlayStation 3. Because if my wife's watching television, then I can jump up to the computer and play as well. I will actually, because the way it works, I know on Final Fantasy, for example, you pay the same $14.99 subscription fee. You just need to have 2 copies of the game. You need to have the game for the console and the game for the PC. But because I'm paying a monthly subscription fee, if I can play it on both devices with the same account, I would only be paying the monthly fee once.
Right.
So I would want to get the most out of my $14.99, which is why, because people are like, well, that sounds kind of stupid, Sean. Why would you buy the game twice? Because if I'm paying a $14.99 monthly fee, I want to be able to play it as often as I want to and not have the restriction of being on one device or the other. So for me, it's worth it to buy the game twice as long as I'm paying only one monthly subscription fee for it. So that's what I'm waiting to hear to see if I'm going to go that route or not. But you won't run into that problem.
No, I think I'll just, if I'm getting it, I'm right now at the 90 percentile that it will be on the PlayStation 3. Mm-hmm. I've actually started looking at them, going, okay, what do I need to get? Is my current TV going to be good enough? Do I want to buy myself a new TV? These are all type of stuff that I'm now starting, the questions I'm starting to ask myself, as I get the prep for the purchase. I overthink things. Yes, I admit I overthink them, but it's who I am. So I'm starting to lay down, okay, what do I need to get? What's going to be, okay, what's my end game if I'm going to get this?
Do you have a TV in your room already?
Yeah, and it's relatively okay. It's not high def. It's not, that big, but it's not like a little, 15-inch black and white TV. It's a nice size TV, but I've had it for, I'd say, at least 5 years, maybe more. So it's not latest, nice, fancy, widescreen, flat screen, Supertronic type, deal.
Supertronic.
So I don't know. I'm trying to come up with terms, okay?
Jim's cycling for the Supertronic television. Supertronic XP-Alidocious.
Yes. That's the kind of TV I am.
It's huge.
Actually, when I buy a TV, I'll tell them that. I'll use that just to see their reaction. Yeah, I want the latest Supertronic TV you got.
I will say this. You don't need to go for a 1080p TV for gaming. So, I mean, if you're looking price point-wise and you're actually looking for I don't know if you're interested in getting an HD TV, but you're actually okay with a 720p for gaming. It'll be just fine. It'll be a huge difference. But I mean, I know when I first had my PS3, it was hooked up to a regular television, before it was standard definition television, and everything looked great. So it was. Now that I've switched to high def, I noticed the big difference. But I didn't when I had a standard def TV. I was just fine. It is worth it, though, eventually, for the games. It all depends on, if you see yourself watching Blu-ray movies and things on it, or if you're just doing it for games. That is the nice thing about the system, though. It does give you the option then to jump to Blu-ray movies and go that route as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing that is, I'm really wanting to go Blu-ray because, a lot of these, movies that I want to get, that I'm getting, the Blu-ray version has this extra footage and has this extra commentary and has this little extra stuff. And I'm like, dang it, put that on the deluxe DVD version. I'm paying some extra money here. Give me that content as well. But,
well, there was an extra documentary on the Blu-ray version of Under the Red Hood. There was one about a Jason Todd documentary that was exclusive to Blu-ray. So I don't know if that was because of the space and storage of Blu-ray, although DVD still holds a lot, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's...
you actually haven't gotten your DVD yet, so you don't know if it's... I'm assuming it's 2 discs.
Yeah.
So I don't know if space has anything to do with it or not, but that's kind of cool. So speaking of DC Universe Online, so you might be getting a game system for that, but a Green Lantern game coming on along with the movie. And I like the fact that they're doing an original story going with it versus doing the film story. I prefer that, actually. I don't mind, the Wolverine game, X-Men Wolverine Origins. It told a story that kind of mirrored the film, but expanded upon the film, if that makes any sense. It told things that you wanted to know more of from the film, along with telling the film story. So I was a fan of that, but I always prefer if a game has its own original story, because it feels like you're you just had this great movie experience, and then now you can go somewhere else with those same characters. And I don't mind if it takes place in the movie universe versus the comic book universe, either way, one way, or if it takes place in the comic book universe, but I like the fact that it's going to be original, that it's going to be everything you do in the game is going to be an original experience. I'm a fan of that. Do you like movie tie-ins? Do you prefer original stories? Do you care one way or another?
I like original content on the games, just because if you try to make the movie, I already know what happens in the movie, or if the game comes out before the movie does, you're going to spoil the movie. Give me original content. Now as I say that, like the Lego games, I like the fact that the Lego games follow the movie. Like Lego Star Wars is one of my. My one nephew has it, and every time I see them, I always end up playing Lego Star Wars. I was playing Lego Harry Potter with him this last trip to Italy. So I like the fact that those follow the movies because it's just a fun game.
But Lego Batman. Speaking of the Lego series, because Lego Batman had a completely original story,
right?
That where you played as the heroes for certain missions, and you could play as the villains for other missions. So you had that advantage even in the Lego games as well. But I agree with you in like the Star Wars games and the Indiana Jones games. I liked the elements that followed the movies because they were more of a parody, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yet you still got that aspect that you were being pulled into that particular universe and world. I'm sorry, we're going to go from Lego.
Well, I was just going to say that's my exception to the rule because, as you said, the parody, the comedy type of aspect of it. But just like with that Batman Arkham Asylum, I was glad that was an original story. With the Superman game, I was glad that was an original story. Kind of.
Which one?
It did, the one that came out after Superman Returns.
Yeah, but it had elements that followed Superman Returns as well. So you're right. It was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Right. But yeah, it's just if you try to recreate the movie in the game, you're going to lose something. It's not going to be an even keel, even tie-in. So create an original story, create a whole new tale, maybe have some connection like that one Watchmen game that you and I played. It had a connection kind of to the Watchmen universe, to the movie, but it wasn't recreating the movie, and that was fun. It had a nice tie and made sense what we were doing, because of the movie, and it was it was also just a good game itself.
Yeah, there was two of them. They were prequels to Watchmen.
Yeah.
And they were basic action games. To me, by far, the template of what you need to do. You mentioned Arkham Asylum. That game, to me, is the template of what you need to do with superhero games. That game is perfect. The fact that there's going to be a sequel coming next year to that one, that is the perfect Batman game. All they need to do is just keep improving the template that they've already got there, and that's a series of games that I will keep playing. I hope that Arkham Asylum 2 does killer like the last one did. And the reason why that game did well is because it was good. And like you said, it had a good original story. It felt very Batman. It, really took the concept of Batman to heart. And I can't wait to see what they're going to do in the sequel to that game. I still keep playing Arkham Asylum. It's a game that, it's funny, since I bought it, I'll put it down to go play other games, but then I'll periodically pick it up and just play through some levels, because it's fun to play as a Batman where you feel like you're playing as Batman. Strange concept, but when it actually feels like you're playing as the character, and the game's well done with a good story and control scheme that makes sense for the character. I mean, there's nothing cooler than jumping off a building, using the cape, using the grapple, using tools and gadgets and toys that make sense for Batman. And the tools and gadgets and toys aren't just there just to say that you've got them there because you're Batman. They actually need to be used. There's purposes for them. So his utility belt is functional and needs to be used in order for you to solve the game. You can't beat the game without using Batman's gadgets. And that, to me, is an aspect. But having the full cast of characters like Oracle and Jim Gordon and the villains that you would expect in there, it never misses a beat. And it's fun. And there's Riddler clues and all that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of stuff I want to see. And that kind of immersion, I want to see that in a Green Lantern game. So yeah. I've got to think that the success of Arkham Asylum is driving the current initiatives to do a Suicide Squad game. Like, what game can we do now? Batman did well because, it was a game that just kicked butt and, it had that mature kind of aspect to it. So what other kind of game can we do? And Suicide Squad just kind of begs to be done as a game. I'm thrilled because I'm hoping that means, that will lead to a comic book series.
Yeah, and it's funny, when they said Suicide Squad, I was like, oh, please, Secret Six, please.
Oh, that game, that would be great. Wouldn't that be awesome to have?
I would love that game.
Yeah. And that's the funny thing. use all the time as far as why isn't there a Suicide Squad series, because they say that Secret Six already fits that bill. I disagree. I think Secret Six is its own flavor. And nothing said that more than when they teamed up. And that was the cool thing about the team up with them, is you got to see just how different they are. And that's one of the things that I love about Secret Six. It's so fresh and unique that it doesn't feel like, hey, we're redoing the Suicide Squad concept. No, it isn't. It's very different. And there is room for that. So I'm hoping somewhere down the road that we do get another Suicide Squad series. I think it's a testament to the Six, that it feels like such a different flavor. It's something that, and you're right, the Six could easily be a game, and it would be very different than a Suicide Squad game. I would love to play those characters. Maybe we'll get lucky and see those characters in DCU Online.
Hopefully. That'd be a nice...
You can play as a villain.
Yeah, I know. So it'd be nice if we can get to see them, or... That is something I am looking forward to with DCU Online. I want to create, my own character and have all that kind of stuff, but I do want to just, I want to fly around as Superman. I want to, do the swoop in and, do the Superman type stuff, or, I do want to play these characters. I do want to, fly over, Metropolis, land on the Daily Planet, bust the pose kind of deal, and or beat somebody up as Batman and do the Batman voice kind of deal, and just,
Well, do you like the fact that in DCU, because in DCU Online, you're not going to be Batman or Superman, you're going to be your own created characters. Do you like the fact that, do you wish that you could be Batman? Or do you prefer that in that game that you can be your own character and join the Justice League or be a part of that team? What do you...
I do enjoy creating my own character, and I like that process of it, but there is part of me who wants to do that. I want to be Superman. I want to be Batman. I want to have a moment... just the moment where I beat somebody up and I do, I'm Batman kind of deal, or swear to me kind of moments. I want those moments. And yes, if I was playing the game and I had the bad guy hanging over the edge, I would be using the Batman voice in my home, even though no one could hear it, just because I want to have I want to have that moment.
I haven't heard anything about voice chat in the game yet. But I know, like, the PS3, voice chat is native on the console, so I'm assuming you're going to be able to do the same thing, I'm hoping, on the PC. I don't know if we're typing or if we're doing audio. I don't know the communication. Like, we've played DCU Online, what they've done so far, but I don't know what chat is like in that game. So I don't know if it's going to be a combination of typing, voice chat, or what. But that's going to be the interesting aspect. I do like that in the player versus player battles, we are going to have a chance to play as DCU heroes.
Right.
The role player in me likes the fact that I can create my own character and kind of run through missions and stuff like that. So that part I really, really like, and the fact that my created character could join the Justice League. So I like that, and the fact that we can team up with the DC heroes or DC villains, depending on which we're going to be. I also like the fact that there's going to be, I believe, I remember from the demos that we saw, that missions, like if friends are playing as villains and friends are playing as heroes, there's a possibility you'll cross over each other on opposite sides during missions, depending on which squad you're running with. If I remember correctly, that was something I don't know if that's going to be out of the box at the beginning, but I thought that was something they were striving for, where there will be parts where missions could crisscross like that. That's something that I think will be interesting if that ends up becoming the case. I'm very excited for that game, though, because of the fact that I've been enjoying City of Heroes and Champions Online and things, and the growth of those games. And I think DCU Online is only going to benefit from those games being out, in the sense that it's going to be able to pick what worked in those things, what's worked in Sony Online Entertainment's other products. But you and I played it at New York Comic Con ages ago. It played very well in those very early stages. To see now, after all this time, that the game's ready to launch in November, it's been a long time since that game was first introduced there, because New York Comic Con, there wasn't a New York Comic Con for quite a long stretch now.
Yeah, it's been a while, and it played well there, and so the improvements that they've gone through, definitely looking forward to this.
Did you see the original trailer that's on? I know it's on YouTube. You can search for a DCU Online trailer.
Yeah.
The brand new one with Lex Luthor coming from the future.
No, I haven't seen that one.
There's a cool one now where I'm assuming it's the opening trailer for the game. It's basically a dark future where the villains start winning, and you actually see the superheroes fighting the villains. And I highly recommend anyone seeking out the trailer, because it's a very cool trailer. As kind of it's not gameplay footage. It's what I'm assuming is the opening trailer for the game to set up the premise and what the heroes are trying to stop in the future.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's a fully complete trailer where you get like this full story arc from the future, and it's just one of the CGI ones, and it's very, very cool because you've got all the right heroes, from the Flash to Green Lantern to Wonder Woman to Superman to Batman to all the villains that you would expect, including Giganta, people like that, fighting against and Deathstroke, fighting up against the heroes. It's very, very cool. Black Adam's in it. So
Ooh.
it's like a mini movie. It really is very cool to see. So I recommend to people to check that out. But that's one of the things I was excited about the announcements. I know there's a Brave and the Bold game that's coming out for the Nintendo systems. I'm glad to see so many DC properties coming to games. The key to me is good games. Like Green Lantern, it's got to be a good game. I know that sounds simplistic, but it's too many properties. And one of the reasons why where movie tie-ins and things like that and media tie-ins have such a bad rap is because there's been really good ones, but they're few and far between. Arkham Asylum set the bar for what they should be, and I think that's getting better and better. I think expectations, especially with the market getting flooded with so many games now, I think game companies are starting to realize that these games need to be done and done right. I am so excited for the DCU Online game because of the amount of comic book talent that's involved in the creation of it. To me, an MMO is all about being immersive. If I'm creating this character, I want to feel like I'm in the DC universe. The only way that's going to happen is if the writers involved in creating the story elements of the game are ones that are going to help create a story experience that I am going to feel immersed in. Jim Lee being involved in the creative direction of Wildstorm from the get-go means that these characters are going to have the right beats and the right looks to them, but then having the writers involved also and coming on board and creating scenarios and overall arcs for the game, that to me is where it's going to really hit. The strength's going to be when eventually, and hopefully if the game's successful enough, that the game and the comics will have elements that either reflect each other or tie in together. I would love to see a point where, like, if a Blackest Night happens, that a Blackest Night would eventually happen in the game. Imagine playing Blackest Night.
Yeah, oh God. That would have been a ball. Just, you're going along, all of a sudden, these zombies start popping up, and the dead heroes start popping up.
It'd be a Halloween event.
Yeah.
So, and dude, I'm not saying would have been. I'm talking about there are classic DC events. Like, we could play Crisis in the game.
Yeah.
Those are storylines that I'm hoping that they bring in classic elements or classic storylines, Infinite Crisis, things like that, where it makes sense, obviously modified for the gaming world, but you don't have to tweak too much as far as the overall arc, just come up with how gameplay would work. I'm excited for the possibilities of this game. I think it's going to be huge. I'm thrilled that it's going to be really... The reason why I'm thrilled it's not just going to be on the PS3, I think having it on the PC, because traditionally MMOs... tend to be more of a PC kind of thing. I'm glad because I think this is going to be another opportunity to grab a new audience to DC characters. Because I think you're going to get some MMO players who may not be reading the comics right now that start getting into the DC universe this way. I don't know what size audience you can pick up that way, but it's an interesting exploration. That's another area when I talk about digital, I'm not just talking about even just releasing the comics digitally. It's about digital exposure to DC properties, DC characters, things like that. And I'm glad to see this expansion of DC being available. Like Batman Arkham Asylum, I don't think it's an accident that, Batman sales... I'm assuming that game led to people reading Batman who hadn't before, or hadn't in a long time. I can imagine. I know people who are friends of mine who had a fondness for Batman that got interested in reading Batman books again because of that game. Because they were like, "Oh, wow, man! I forgot how cool Batman can be," and they picked up, some Batman trades, and that's more, sales to comics, and that's a good thing. And who knows what they'll pick up after that? But to me, it all helps just bring attention to the comic industry from people, and I think it's more important for people who outside of you and me. And I think that's where these mediums have an opportunity to just touch on something else. And I don't know what it is that's going to grab this attention. I'm just glad to see more digital dabbling across the board, not just with releasing the comics that way, but just, like I said, more exposure to the properties. Films like Green Lantern, I think, is only going to help get people interested in, and it's a great time to have a Green Lantern movie coming out for this purpose. But I'm excited for those games. That's going to be one of the strengths if you do get the console, is that I know Arkham Asylum was released on the PC, but you didn't play that, did you?
No, I've never actually played that.
Is that something, if you get a console, is that something you'd pick up?
Oh, yeah, I can see myself getting that. It's the only problem I have because, it was cool watching because, I was watching you play it, but my hand-eye coordination is not that good. So I do get a little bit worried about games like that where, with the console, it's not a button masher game. I'm pretty good at button mashing games, but when you actually got to do, some aerobic type deals with your hands on the controllers, I do get a little bit worried about it.
You know what, though? I'm going to say this. 90% of your games now, and I'm probably actually a little low on that, have tutorial modes right in the beginning. Like the story of Batman Arkham Asylum actually takes you through the controls. And this is not an insult at all, so please don't take it that way. They also, it's like I play it on the normal default mode that the game, but I've played lots of games on the console. Okay? So for you who's mainly a PC gamer going to the console, those games do have an easy mode. And I don't mean that in any way as an insult or anything like that. It's you got to start somewhere. And if you're not comfortable with that, that's one of the great things. The reason why I even say it's important, I wouldn't let that shy you away from getting the game because it's such a wonderful Batman experience that to play it in easy mode, you get immersed into the whole environment. Arkham is gorgeous. It's fun to run around and just play the game. So don't let that shy you away. When we were playing at my house, we were playing on normal mode, but I played lots of console games. You're more of a I know for a fact you did a lot of PC shooters and stuff like that, so you use the keyboard and the mouse. Don't let that shy you away. The game is a gorgeous experience, and it is available with the PC. So anybody that hasn't played Batman Arkham Asylum, do yourself a favor and pick up that game, because it's incredible. They actually released a Game of the Year edition, I know, I was tempted to pick it up because it had a 3D, I guess, where you could put on 3D glasses, and you didn't have to have a 3D TV. You can see I didn't break down and grab that because I bought the collector's edition when I first got it with the big batarang and all that other stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, do I really need to rebuy this game after I bought the Super Mondo edition? And the only thing that was new was the 3D, so I didn't end up rebuying it for that. It's you know what though, the ads are in the comics now, and I've got to admit I am still tempted because of the fact. Well, you know what? Because it's actually a testament to the game. The only thing that's new is the 3D, but the game was so good that I'm like, well, I know I'll play it again, so it might be worth it. I don't know. So I don't know. We'll see. But, I mean, it is one of those that I do highly recommend, and don't let your lack of experience with the controller or something like that throw you off, because those games all do have tutorial modes and things like that go with them. And it really is easy to pick up and play when you do it that way. And there is an easy mode. So you can actually start playing in easy mode, and if you find it too easy, you can just restart and bump up the difficulty level. So there's always that option. But don't let that shy you away. There is an actual mode for people who are new to that type of game. And you'll find, because the controls don't change through the game, other than that you get new abilities as it goes along. You know, as you do more, you get new gadgets, and sometimes when you open up there's a bat cave. You know, when you open that kind of stuff up, you actually get new gadgets and toys you get to play with. But you're still using the same control scheme all the way through. So when you were saying like it was aerobic and stuff like that, it really is a matter of once you get the control down, it stays that way throughout the whole game. A lot of the moves and functions that you're using are the basics, the foundation. It just builds on the foundation outward. So once you get it, you learn it. So it's not as crazy as you think it is. It is funny, though, because a lot of times... one of the criticisms about bringing a MMO to consoles, for example, is that consoles don't have enough buttons, you know, without, like a keyboard doesn't. And it's funny hearing you talk about, on your hand, you're more worried about the hand-eye coordination of using a controller than using a keyboard and a mouse. Whereas I think you would be more comfortable if there was a keyboard and a mouse there. Is that correct?
Yeah, probably. And it's funny because as the more we talk, the more I do think I don't know. I think it's easier for me on the keyboard and mouse because every major game I've played has been keyboard and mouse. You know, so I'm adjusted to how you actually have to play. You know, with the mouse click and go and your arrow keys or your W key or stuff like that kind of deal. So I don't know. But there's something about the DCU online. Every time I'm like, I got to every time I see the ads, every time I see something on it, or I, go to the various sites and whatnot, I do think to myself, I need to pick up a PS3 for this. And it's just, there's something about the game. I think that it's a better, for some reason, I keep telling myself, this is it. This is the one you got to get it for. This is the one you got to do.
You played it on it with a PS3 controller in New York.
Yeah, and I had no problems with it.
Okay.
Now, when I was playing it in New York, I fought the system-generated character, and I whooped him. I laid a smackdown. I'm like, yeah. Then because the assistants were standing right there, like, oh, that's a real person. Over there, I'm like, oh, okay. I'll do some, player versus player. I got my butt handed to me when I was playing an actual person, though. Because I was actually going up against somebody who could actually think. So I ended up running, going, oh, crap, how do I get away? And I barely got away. I had like one life bar or however, the deal there. I got my butt handed to me. But I did everything. It did seem kind of normal, and it did feel comfortable, using the controller. So
yeah, I'm definitely the Ryan Choi of gaming when it comes to player versus player. I go down fighting and heroic.
Yeah.
I mean, so it'll be one of those things where I don't know that people will shed a tear the way they did for Ryan Choi when they beat me up in player versus player. I am not good at player versus player. I like it. I enjoy it. I enjoy the challenge of it. I'm just not good at it. I love the main game. I get into puzzle solving. I'm more into that aspect of. I like following story arcs. So that's my big thing I'm excited about in the DCMO. I'll do the player versus player. It'll be fun when you and I get to play against each other.
Yeah.
Because we could do that and pick up our favorite heroes and beat the tar out of each other, and that'll be fun. Because that'll ultimately be the case where you and I will probably be pretty evenly matched.
Hey, we can actually have the reenactment of my Jamal Igle sketch, maybe. Nightwing beating up Hawkman.
Yeah, well, or the way the reality is going to be with Hawkman winning. Speaking about the DCU Online, because obviously that game, you can have any characters you can imagine, and I'm assuming that it's going to set up with certain story arcs already in place, but just expand as time goes on. And I know that they talked about that they have expansion packs and things planned, and so I do hope the game's successful enough that we do get to see those expansion packs with possibilities of space exploration and things like that coming in down the road, because it'd be fun to do like the Cosmic DCU. Or to go to other places like, Apocalypse or things like that. If that's not already a part of the game. It might already be. I don't know. What other characters do you think are worthy of games, though? Is there somebody who you'd like, geez, I've always thought that this character... I threw out Blue Beetle ages ago, and I still, especially after seeing that test footage of Blue Beetle, I just think that's a character that is dying for a video game. So I'm hoping, when that character goes on Smallville, which that character is going to be on Smallville along with Booster Gold. The current Blue Beetle, I think, to me, is a video game character in the making. Well, that character is going to be in the Brave and the Bold game, but I mean in its own game. I think that character could carry its own game, and it would be very interesting to fly around as the Blue Beetle.
I'd actually like to do a Legion of Superheroes game, and the way I would set up the game, it kind of... where you're Legion headquarters and you got to pick, there's this disaster. Who do you send? So you send the different Legionnaires, and you would jump back and forth between the different Legionnaires on the different missions, and kind of like you would have access to all the Legionnaires and have, those different power sets to play with and or, use.
So strategy-based game.
Yeah, it would be a combination of strategy-based, but it would also be a physical action game where, you're playing the character, where you are, Lightning Lad shooting lightning bolts, and maybe you would do a team where it was, Lightning Lad and Brainy, so you're doing Lightning Lad and the computer would be running Brainy, or another human would be running Brainy, kind of like, co-op mode, and you would switch back and forth kind of deal, like, kind of like that Marvel Ultimate Alliance type deal.
Yeah. See, I was honestly just thinking it's funny when you said that, I was thinking a Final Fantasy style role player, and when you said which Marvel Ultimate Alliance, the first one especially really was, that was more of a top down version, but I totally get your vibe there, and you're right. That would be fun to switch between. I like though that your idea that there would be a strategy to choosing team members, and missions would be easier depending on if you chose the right strategic team or not. Like you can complete the mission with any team you want, but your difficulty would almost be changed depending on which Legionnaires you have. Or I would love it if, for storytelling reasons within the game, certain Legionnaires aren't available to you during that one because they're off doing something else, or maybe you use them on the last mission. You know, if it had different arcs, and you're like, I've got this team over here, and concurrently now I'm going to go do the storyline that was happening concurrently over here. These guys are no longer available to me because I use them, and this arc's happening at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so exactly kind of how I was thinking. I think that would be a neat way to go with.
Yeah, so that would be a lot of fun. You're right, the Legion would be great for that. I agree with what you said before about the Secret Six. Characters like Birds of Prey, I think would be a natural, because Barbara's
play Oracle. You play Oracle, and you're picking your team and all that stuff, and calling out the birds, which ones you need for this mission, what you need for that kind of deal. Yeah.
Yeah. And even that one, you know, there's all kinds of options for that. That could honestly be using the Arkham engine. It could be a spin-off. I'm really curious to see where they go from here. Suicide Squad blew me away when they said that, because that was not it was the last announcement I expected, was to hear that there's going to be a Suicide Squad game, just because it seems like more of an obscure DC property. So that one I'm hoping does extremely well, because I feel if Suicide Squad does well, they'll take more chances, you know, and try more characters that you wouldn't normally expect in a video game. So I'm hoping not only that it does well, but that it's a good game to actually balance that, because that's a key. You know, the property itself doesn't matter if the game's not good. So I love that we're getting that kind of obscure thing.
Nice work, Atom. What are these characters up to?
As I kick into the first batch of voicemails, I want to give a shout-out to Gail Simone's forum. She's actually moved to the Jinx World forums, and there's a link right on RagingBullets.com. There's also a link in the show notes to that forum community. She's been with CBR for 10 years and is moving her own forum over to Jinx World, so it's kind of cool. Today I signed up on Jinx World so I could post in her forum, and I encourage you all to do the same thing. So just want to give a quick shout-out.
Hey, Sean and Jim, this is Jamie Dunst, JD74 on the boards. I wanted to talk about Superman 701. I thought that 700 was really good, and I enjoyed, for the most part, the overall stories. I did feel like I was getting a bit of a, I guess, Superman hard-traveling hero sort of setup, and 701 seems to kind of prove my theory. I liked it, and I don't know why. It felt like a bit preachy at times, almost like an after-school special, and at the same time, I enjoyed it. I really thought it was really good. I liked seeing Superman just walking around doing these chores for people. There's an interaction with a reporter earlier on where he's saying he thinks he lost his powers and he didn't, and he proves it to him that he didn't lose his powers. It was interesting. I like him just going to a diner and trying to order a Philly cheesesteak and doing some chores for the food and dealing with drug dealers, and in a not Superman in a sort of Superman way, but in the same time not really like Superman would. I was really interested in the dialogue. I think JMS does a really interesting dialogue, and I wasn't sure how I was going to enjoy this. I just wasn't sure I was going to like this, Superman walking the earth like Kane from Kung Fu. But for this first issue, it really worked well. I'm hoping we will see more of the woman that slapped Superman in issue 700. I have ideas in my head that I'd like to see. Like, for example, I want to see her maybe try to bring a lawsuit for Superman. That would be interesting. I think that would be something that would make for interesting a plot device. And I like to see. I'm hoping that Lex Luthor will play a part in it, whether he tries to take advantage of this or something. I just don't see how Lex couldn't take advantage of this. But it was a great issue. I don't know how he plans to maintain this sort of walking the earth sort of thing, but for 701, the issue itself was really very cool, and I'm really curious to see where it goes. Also, I wanted to talk about my favorite DC stories of all time. I think when we talk about we talk about, DC stories that had the most impact. I guess you start with Crisis on Infinite Earths. I like the story. I would go with, for my favorite story, I think recently, would be Green Lantern Rebirth. I think for a lot of reasons. A, it brought back my favorite character, Hal Jordan, to the DC universe. And I think it set off a bunch of other stories and a bunch of other things that are still happening now. That, it all started with Rebirth, and then you went to Sinestro Corps War and Blackest Night, and you're still seeing the ripple effect starting with Green Lantern Rebirth. And I think Green Lantern Rebirth was a great example of the writing ability of Jeff Johns in taking things from the past and changing it just enough where it makes even more sense than it did back when it first was introduced. So I would go with Green Lantern Rebirth. Another story I really liked was Wonder Woman, Gods and Mortals. It was a story that kind of reintroduced us to Wonder Woman. It was right after Crisis, written and drawn by George Perez. And it's really a really cool story, and a lot of those elements from Gods and Mortals are actually in the Wonder Woman animated movie. So I like that one too, but I would go with Green Lantern Rebirth as my favorite story, just because it brings back Hal Jordan as the hero I knew him to be. And that's about it. All right, guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
Please continue sending in those greatest DC Universe stories of all time. I want to keep that as an ongoing thing. I think it's one of the cool things. We had planned as part of our 200th anniversary to really do a heavy episode on that, and instead we've decided to, as I mentioned as I will mention, I should say, at the end of this episode, we're going to be making that a regular segment on the show starting in August, where we're going to pick a certain character every month and do the greatest stories of all time for that character, just because we realized that doing anything other than that would either water it down, or we miss stories that we want to chat about, and we think it's something that should be opened up on the show as just an ongoing discussion, because I love when listeners call in with some of their favorite stories, plus talking about, like Jamie just did, new material, like Superman. This Superman Grounded storyline is a really interesting one, because people are reading it in very different ways. Some people are loving it. Some people, it's not their cup of tea. I do think it's a story that you need to give a chance to kind of see how it's going to play out. The first issue I really enjoyed it, though, and I agree with Jamie in the sense that it headed in a direction that I expected, kind of, but then there were a lot of surprises in there, and there's so much of it that I'm looking forward to seeing what the variations are going to be from issue to issue. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to keep it fresh as he goes to each different location. I think that's where the story is going to get really interesting, is when we see where this story goes as time goes on. But anyway, thanks, Jamie, as always, for the phone call and your thoughts on just comics in general. These are really great.
Hey, guys. This is Mike, a.k.a. Nathan's dad. Haven't called in a while, and just wanted to call in on some of the recent shows we've been listening to. And I know it hasn't been brought up in a while, but you were asking a while ago about people's top favorite DC stories, and I've been meaning to call in about that one for a while. I thought I'd skip all the obvious stuff. Probably my all-time favorite is Batman Year One, but some of the other stuff that came out when I really first got really serious into reading, like around high school, that I just loved. One was the X-Men Teen Titans crossover, which I was thinking about a lot while I was listening to all your Avengers JLA episodes, and that was just a really big deal at the time. I don't know if there's any kind of crossover that could match that these days, even taking other, like a Green Lantern and the Avengers, I guess would be the top two right now. But at the time, those books were just so top of the stack reading, as you would say, for each company, and to have them cross over with top writers and top artists and Darkseid and Dark Phoenix, and it was great stuff. The other one is Batman and the Outsiders. When that book first started, I don't know if a lot of your listeners are old enough to remember when that book first came out, but just the opening scenes where Batman quits the JLA, that was a big deal back then. Now it seems like people are quitting and joining teams left and right, but at the time it was like, for somebody who grew up and got into comics from watching the Super Friends, watching Batman quit the Super Friends was a little bit mind-blowing. So that was a pretty cool series for a while. And one of my favorite writers on that was Mike Barr, he wrote Detective for quite a while too. And I just saw his name pop back up. He's writing the Bruce Wayne Returns issue of The Outsiders, so I'm going to pick that up, and hopefully that's as good as he used to be. And then lastly, this isn't really a story, but I don't know if anybody who's living right now in the time where you can go onto Wikipedia and you can walk into Barnes & Noble and find a $50 encyclopedia of DC can appreciate how amazing it was when the first issues of the official handbook of the Marvel Universe and DC's Who's Who came out. Those were pretty amazing when they came out, and I remember very clearly picking up the first issues of both of those. And while DC Who's Who, some people might say it's not a great DC story, the way I saw it was hundreds of stories, because I read every issue of that thing cover to cover when it came out. So get to find out about all of these great characters that I didn't know about, some from the Golden Age and the Silver Age, and just some from books I wasn't reading, and great art by, the hugest range of artists probably ever put together in any project. So anyway, that's that. We were just listening to your TV show episode, and you were asking what characters you'd like to see on the small screen. I'm not that excited about seeing stuff like Firestorm and things, because I don't think TV budgets are still quite up to big special effects. I know you guys really loved the JSA episode of Smallville, but I actually found it a little painful to sit through. And so until TV special effects can look like the big screen, I'm not quite ready to see a big special effects show. But the one I've always really wanted to see is The Question. Pretty simple, straightforward crime show, which should succeed. There's been plenty of crime shows that have lasted a long time, and the only real thing beyond the normal that makes it a superhero thing is that mask, which I think would be a great visual for live action. It's just simple, but I think a little disturbing at the same time, and I think that would be a great show to do. I would love to see that. Whether it's Charlie or Renee, I'd like to do it. And let's get Greg Rucka on there as producer. And lastly, I think Nathan mentioned before that we moved to Massachusetts, but we just picked up our tickets for New York Comic Con. So we will be back down to New York for Comic Con in October. Hope you guys are going. So we'll talk to you later. Thanks. Bye.
It was funny to hear your Smallville commentary there, because it's been one of those funny things where, especially with the Green Lantern movie and that image that was just released, how people are kind of having like this mixed reaction to the suit, and we haven't seen it in motion yet. That was kind of the experience I had with the JSA episode. When I saw those first initial shots, some of them I was like, yeah, thumbs up, they're great. But then there was a couple of them, even especially Hawkman. Hawkman, I was kind of like, oh, I'm not quite sure about this yet. And as time went on, it grew on me, and I really enjoyed the episode. But it was funny to hear you say that it was something that underwhelmed you. And it sounds like you were thinking part of the reason for that is special effects and being able to put the budget into them that you would in the big movies. It's funny with a character like Firestorm, I have to agree with you that if it was going to go to TV series, except when I saw those Blue Beetle test shots, that just proved to me that you can do things now with CGI, which I know is very expensive, that you could make a character like that come to life. The trick is that you have to have a series hook. You have to have the production values, like you said, to promote that, the time slot. You have to have somebody who's really behind the vision. I'd love to see Firestorm on the screen. I will say I don't think we're going to see Firestorm. If we are, it's going to be a guest spot on a show or in a movie versus being a lead character. But when we were tossing out those ideas, those are characters who I would love to see because I think they would be interesting on the screen. I think with the age of Firestorm, I think he's one of those characters that I think you can hit a teen audience, and it falls right in the middle. it fits into where like Smallville did. And I think it is a show that could grow out of that, and it would be interesting. But you're right, the CGI and stuff like that would be very expensive, and you've got to find the right people that are ready to support that type of programming. I think that's why they're doing things like this Blue Beetle test footage, though, to see, what characters look interesting on the screen and catchy. That footage, especially with the fact that we're going to see that character on Smallville, I'm curious to see where that character goes from there, and what is the route to get different characters into the television, film, animation. Obviously, with this Green Lantern Corps animated series, it's going to be coming out post the film. I think as a companion piece, especially, I think it's going to do what the Batman the Animated Series did, where that's a great avenue to introduce those characters. I'd love to see if that series does well, another DC series set like that, where it is set to more of, our crowd, the teenage through adult crowd that's reading comics today. I don't know. It's interesting to me to see, because I remember when the Batman the Animated Series came out, it was a primetime show because of the fact that it was geared more towards that 89 movie mentality. And that's why I think that series has such fondness today. And I do think there's a ton of DC characters, not just the big ones, but some of the smaller franchises that would do very well in animation and in film and things like that, as long as they're written right and there's the right promotion behind them. It's a tough balance. But you're right, there is a cost factor to it. And it was interesting to hear you talk about Smallville and the fact that episode didn't hit you that way. It is proof to me that I think that's one of the great things about comics, is that there's something for everybody, and that we're not all going to like all the things the same way. There's going to be things that other people are like, wow, that was fantastic, and I, might have been underwhelmed by. And then on the flip side, there's going to be things that I love, and, you were underwhelmed by it. So I'm curious to see how this all plays out. I'd actually love to hear more from people on, like, the Jonah Hex film is a great example of one where I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. I was glad to, see it at the time, but it didn't knock my socks off the way that I was expecting. And I love Jonah Hex. Whereas the animated short that was in the showcase, that was on that Batman Under the Red Hood DVD, now that one, whoa, I was like, this is what I wanted to see from the Jonah Hex film. So, I'm curious to see what people's reactions are to, films like Jonah Hex and things like that, to see how we all fall in those type of films. But I don't know. It's interesting to hear you talk about that. And thanks for sharing some of your greatest DC stories of all time. Those crossovers, I agree with you, were something that it just kind of made my jaw drop when those finally hit and how good they were. And to see those characters together with such care, that was something that was special to me. Anyways, thanks a lot, Mike. And yes, New York Comic Con, Jim and I are currently in the process of working on that. We'll do a formal announcement as soon as we can guarantee that we're going to be there, but it's looking really good. So we definitely are working out trying to hit the New York Comic Con, because that's one of my favorite conventions to hit, and the things, it's looking pretty good right now.
Hey, Sean and Jim, it's Nathan from Comic Con. I was just listening to your review of Brightest Day number 4, and I was doing some research, and in Brightest Day number 3, Mira talks about how her people are in another dimension and it's cut off from theirs, and how she is home with Aquaman. But then, in Brightest Day number 4, you see people coming out of the water with the helmets and with the swords and stuff, trying to kill the people on the boat. But I realized that the woman in the middle, looks like Mira, but with purple hair. And I was doing some research on Wikipedia, and it says that Mira has a twin sister named Hilla, and it goes on and on about how she escaped that dimension and people captured her, and Aquaman and Aqualad saved her, which then brought her to this dimension. So I think that the people coming out of the water are from her dimension, because they have the power to turn water hard into weapons or anything else that might suit their needs. All right, that's about it. Okay, I'm going to New York Comic Con. I don't know if you guys are. If you are, I'll see you there. Talk to you later. Bye.
You are one of my favorite reasons to go to New York Comic Con, because I remember our first meeting with you at New York Comic Con, so I'm very excited to see you again at New York Comic Con, which will be very cool. Yeah, your research actually is really. Actually, I was geeking out when you were talking about your research. I'm like, that's so awesome, because I do that too when I'm reading stories. I want to know what's going on, and you're pretty close. It looks like it's Mira's younger sister, I'm guessing, who is kind of taken over for her. So I'm curious to see where this storyline's going as well. Brightest Day has been just top notch. We actually, one of the many things we want to do is get our friend Myron Rumsey back on, and we're going to be talking some Brightest Day. Also, a friend of the show, Dan Tobby, wants to come on and talk some Brightest Day, so we'll do a couple Brightest Day segments coming up. We're going to be chatting about that series. So a lot of fun things to talk about with Brightest Day and everything going on. The nice thing right now is there's too much going on at DC, and it's hard to pick a lot of times topics to talk about because we want to give some notice to some smaller books, as well as the big event books and the big series that are going on right now. So, and obviously our own personal favorites. So it's kind of a nice problem to have, and occasionally to do Speeding Bullets segments where we can talk about a ton of books. So, thank you, Nathan. And this is actually a great voicemail to kind of wrap up. I want to remind everyone that our voicemail line is 1-440-388-4434. Or it's Dr. Norge on Skype, and that is available on our website and in the show notes as well, as far as if you want to call in and be a part of the show. I love voicemails, and I love having them a part of the show. We're an audio medium, so they're absolutely my favorite way. And don't ever be nervous about calling into the show. It's always great to just have different voices and to get listeners a part of it. I do consider this podcast always a community podcast, and that's the same thing with if you want to start writing an article or blog or something like that on our website, send me an email because I do consider this show to be community, and hopefully you all consider that too, and you feel comfortable enough that if there's something you want to do to get your voice out there, whether it's audio comments or postings or things like that, you'll join our forum community and just kind of be a part of what's going on around here, because it's fun to see our listeners interact outside of the podcast as well as while they're listening. It's one of the joys of doing the podcast is just kind of communicating with all of you and doing this. So thanks a lot.
There they are, all alone except for that old character.
Jim, let's jump back and talk a little bit about some more of the DC teams, because there's a few more that I wanted to talk about, particularly things like Legion of the Superheroes. Paul Levitz was great on there. He was thanking everyone for welcoming him back. And you know what I love about him? In everything, all the interviews I've heard from him, and when we've seen him at panels recently talking about the Legion, how humble he is. Because he's like the conquering hero coming back to the Legion, in the sense that he's had so many wonderful and great arcs. And I love seeing him where he's coming back and, he's really wasn't sure, would people still want him back after they've actually read his work. And he says that issues 4 and 5 are going to wrap up the first arc. He's going to continue the quest of who should be the Green Lantern for Earth. You'll get to see Saturn Girl and Lightning Lad fight to get their children back. And this is the part I think is cool. There's going to be a new Legion leader election. I wonder if we're going to be involved in that, or if that's something that they're going to do in the book. That would be interesting to see how they're going, how he's going to handle that. I don't care either way. I'm fine if he does it in the book just as a storytelling reason where, they're going to do a Legion leader election in the book. I don't care either way. I think it'd be kind of cool, though, with the internet nowadays, if there was a way we could drive who the Legion leader is. I almost think it would be... Well, no, I don't think it'd be too soon. There's enough long-standing Legion fans that they would know the characters enough for who they'd want. I loved that old aspect, though, where the fans got to vote.
Yeah.
For the leader?
I'd love to be a part of a Legion election. When I read that, I was like, oh, okay, I'm hoping, because I immediately thought, are we going to get a chance to do this? Maybe you send in an email, you send in, something, or on a site, with the internet, there's a way to really get access to it.
So I thought that was really, really cool. And I want to talk a little bit about issue 3, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'd love to talk about issue 3. This, I tell you, I am really, really becoming a Legionnaire with this stuff. This is a team that, as I said when we first started talking about the Legion, I really didn't get them. I didn't understand them. I was like, I read one comic one time and was like, it's just the Justice League wannabe kind of deal, and I completely dismissed it. And I never even thought about it. And then now I've gone back, read some classic Legion stories, the current stuff, the Mark Waid relaunch. All these things are just getting me so Legion happy that when they did this relaunch, I was like, oh, this is cool. And with every issue, I'm getting deeper and deeper into it. Issue 3 was an absolute wonderful read for me. I really, it was I was like, yes, this is cool.
Did you pre-order this month the Great Darkness Saga Deluxe hardcover?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I did too. And I own it. I own it in trade, but I like that story so much that I pre-ordered the deluxe because I
didn't own it when we talked on the show. I borrowed it from you, so now
right.
I'm like, hey, I'm going to own a copy of this. All right.
But the deluxe hardcover, I couldn't pass that up. That's nuts.
I know.
Now, talking about issue 3, I'm going to say that I'm really growing to like Earthman in this book. His various use of Legion powers, how he combined the powers of Element Lad with the ring to fix the atmosphere, to fulfill the quest of the ring on that planet in his space sector when he was a Green Lantern, was a really well-handled moment. I love how the responsibility of being a ring bearer was a focus. Also, the responsibility involves a certain loss of freedom. His choice to give up the ring in exchange for his freedom shows how important his own personal agenda is to him. Plus, he was put in a position where he had to leave Earth to save an alien race, which would be out of his comfort zone. I do think that nothing is cut and dry about this guy, and he's an interesting character as the story continues. Do you still feel, it's funny, the more I read him, the more I'm not quite sure which direction he's going to go in. I feel he's a gray area right now. He could either go column A or column B because, he chose to give up that ring, yet he's staying with the Legion. I think there's a twist and turn with him. I don't know if he's going to be a good guy or a bad guy when this is done or somewhere in the middle. I don't know that. Do you still feel firmly that he's going to be a bad guy?
You know what? Actually, I don't anymore. This issue was one of those things where now I had to, in my head, did he give up the ring because of his, hatred towards alien races? Did he give up his ring because he was uncomfortable being off Earth? Did he, what was the true motivation? He said that he was giving it up because he didn't want to help out alien races. He's like, I'm not going to help out these stupid bugs. I think it was
the freedom too that was the issue because he was constantly. The ring took control of him, and I firmly felt that it was the freedom aspect of it. I don't know, and I didn't mean to interject on you there, but do you agree that it was more of his freedom, or do you think it was his xenophobia? I thought it was more the freedom than the xenophobia. It didn't seem to be as much in the forefront. But what did you feel?
See, I don't know. I can't say so much as freedom, the lack of freedom, but it was a fear that he was uncomfortable admitting. There was an aspect of his life that it was the lack of control. So yes, a kind of a freedom, but it wasn't even just a lack of control. It was he's uncomfortable with the situation. He only wants to be in a situation where he completely controls every aspect of it. With the ring, he no longer had that control. So yes, a lot of it was freedom. But it's not just even freedom. I think what it was is he had to confront some feelings inside him that he was uncomfortable talking about. He was uncomfortable dealing with. It's, that whole, when you take somebody who, you take a racist and whether it's whatever person they hate for whatever reason, and you show them, hey, the person you hate isn't your enemy, isn't, the bad guy, isn't, like with his case, he was sent there to save insects. To save some alien insect. And you're like, they're not bad people. They're not trying to kill you, conquer you. They just want to live just like you do. And he was just kind of like he was uncomfortable with that realization that there is something other than what he thinks is worthy to be saved, what he thinks is worthy to be a hero. So I think there's kind of a more deeper looking that he's, kind of seeing, and he's not publicly and openly admitting it, but it's going through inside him in his head. And I think that's what we're going to see. Now, I could be completely wrong, and he could just be a big jerk. And in that case, then, yeah, he's going to be 100% villain. But if what I'm thinking is maybe happening actually happens, we could actually see a face turn on him, and we could actually see him become a hero.
I think what's great about the character is I'm completely interested in him right now. Whatever direction he goes, Levitz has done a really great job of taking a character that was interesting in what Johns was doing with him and continued growing that interest. He's taken him one step further. And that's what I'm loving about it. But I also loved, and I want to go back to it real quick, his exploration of the ring. I love seeing the exploration of the ring. It's the most powerful weapon in the universe, yet there's a huge responsibility along with it. And I love that exploration that made you kind of go, would I want that ring? Because there was that moment there where I could see why Earthman, I was a little sympathetic to him being dragged around like that. Because really, there is a responsibility that it isn't all, we as fans, we think about putting on the Green Lantern ring, look at all the cool things I could do. But there is also you are a member of the Corps. you are given orders. You are given things that you need to do. And you can actually be booted from the Corps if, you go renegade and you don't do what you're supposed to. You can be stripped of that ring. And that's something, I know that this creature that's currently running Earthman right now and currently, taking on the leadership role is different than the Guardians, but there are echoes of what is really true about the Green Lantern Corps and the Green Lantern books right now, in the sense that because they're a police force, they do have responsibilities of things to do. And it isn't just a matter of, hey, I can fly, I can do all these great things, create these constructs. No. You have to, defend the Earth. You have to defend your sector. You have to, not just the Earth, your sector, depending if you're an Earth-based one or not. And that was something that I love that Levitz explored there. It came at it from a different angle, and made me, as a fan who's always said, wow, I'd love to throw on that ring, made me go, but would I? And I had to think that for a second there, and that was something that I thought was cool, that he put me in that position. And for a writer to take something as cool as the Green Lantern ring and make you examine it from a different angle, don't get me wrong, I still want one. But yet there was that moment. I don't know if you experienced that when you were reading it, but I did, and I thought that was neat.
Well, here's the thing. With me and the Green Lantern ring, I know I could never be a Green Lantern, because I don't think I have the mental discipline to continue. Because you think about it, you're multitasking when you're a Green Lantern. You got your energy bubble up, you got your constructs, you got your offense, your defense at the same time. I can't multitask like that. I'd be in the middle of a fight, and I'd be concentrating on punching somebody, and my shield would drop, and then boom, I'd take a shot. There's too much going on for me kind of to handle it. But I do think that the Green Lantern ring is one of those cool powers, and when you get to see that it's not just as easy as make a big fist, punch the thing in a story, that's a good usage of the Green Lantern ring. We're seeing a good exploration on what kind of happens when you become a Green Lantern. Now, this is even an extreme, because there is no Green Lantern Corps. There is only the one we got the two Green Lanterns in the universe now, and really only Earthman is the only active one going on. So that in itself changes the game around a little bit. Like, this isn't the end of the Green Lantern story. That little green dude is probably not going to take no for an answer, or maybe he's going to go back to Legion headquarters and find somebody else to possibly wear the ring. So I'm kind of curious to see where that's going to go.
It doesn't have to be a Legionnaire, though, because they're looking for a Green Lantern of Earth. Levitt said we're going to continue exploring that. So does it have to be a Legionnaire? I think Earthman just was picked because of who Earthman is. And honestly, to me, Earthman being picked is there something we don't know about Earthman? See, that's the funny part is, I guess I was naturally assuming this alien's bad because it picked Earthman. Now I don't know, because I'm seeing a different side to Earthman that's making me question if Earthman's as bad as I thought. If he is, and we're right, and that option, because you're right, that's an option on the table still with him, then I'm convinced that the little creature isn't necessarily good. But, the Guardians themselves have been questionable for the years. So I like that kind of element, as far as I don't know if the ring's a good thing or a bad thing, because I don't know if the entity currently controlling the ring, that little creature, is good or bad. I don't know. I like the mystery. It's added a whole new sense of intrigue, and it's a good use of using the Green Lantern mythos in the future without doing anything that would contradict present day. Yet it's an interesting exploration. I think it's cool as can be.
I agree. It's going to be interesting seeing where this thing goes. It's one of those things where we have these, in this Legion title, we have multiple stories going on, overlapping and intertwining, and just, you go from one to the other to the other. We have these cool Green Lantern segments. Then we go back to, Saturn Queen fighting. We also have Lightning Lad and Saturn Girl looking for their kids. Those stories, all these different stories are interacting. I think that is something I'm really getting into on Legion, that it has such a large cast and the different story arcs are going on all at the same time, and I'm like, this is kind of neat.
Well, let's talk about those aspects, because the Durlans were heading to Earth to get revenge for Bran's death. They see the Legion, and I'm assuming the people of Earth as well, as responsible for Bran's death. will they see the light, or will this become a huge enemy for the Legion? I don't see this being a simple kind of, hey, we were mistaken, we're pals again. I think this is going to be a big issue. We've got shapeshifters coming to Earth. We got a whole race of them that are hell-bent on revenge. And I don't think it's just against the Legion. Do you?
No, it's against Earth itself. It's against the people who were responsible for his death, because they look at him not just as this great guy. They have like religious connotations. Yeah. They were, putting him on a higher level, even that. So you're going to get a religious fanaticism kind of going in wanting vengeance and wanting retribution for his death. So that is something that I want to see how that's going to play out, because we got Chameleon Boy who can maybe talk to his people, but if he defends the people of Earth, will they see him as a traitor? This is they could see this one of their own betraying his own father, call a Judas type of deal where even he won't be able to stop them. This is going to be one of those stories that it's going to play out. Who knows when? But he's planting the seeds now for this future event.
And I love that. I'm a huge fan of this. The Saturn Queen arc you mentioned, it wrapped up really nice. And here's the funny part. She was heading home to rejoin her people after the before the destruction of Titan, I should say. But that destruction drove the way that she was behaving. Yet, I have to believe, knowing that we know what we know about her being a villain previously, that she wouldn't have been welcomed with open arms, and that her agenda wasn't as sweet as she was playing it out to be. You're like, hey, I was coming home, and I've seen the light. That wouldn't have gone well either. So that was, especially with the way that she behaved in general, you think she would have been mourning more rather than lashing out. But I liked that whole bit and the way it played out, and how we got to see Supergirl, who was creating those little those illusions of the Legionnaires, to use that on she actually used that to manipulate the Legionnaires who were under Saturn Queen's control so they could take her out. That was a cool way of handling it. Rather than seeing the Legion versus Legion battle that was kicking off, she quickly ended the whole thing. But I love when they came back, they had I'll actually take a line from you, they had the right backup where they brought Tellus, who we've seen in present day, and other Legion characters. They brought a telepath who, granted, wasn't as powerful, but would be a definite asset in that particular type of situation to protecting people like Ultra Boy from being taken over again, so he could be an asset as well. So it was a really cool use of a squad. It adds weight to your whole game idea of, a Legion strategy game. Well, I brought this squad over here, and I've got this squad over here. And it was kind of cool to see that. And talking about a different squad, you've got, again, another squad, Saturn Girl and Lightning Lad and Lightning Lass heading for their children, only to find that Avalon is now a twisted version with a huge Darkseid statue there at the cliffhanger. And I loved that there was so much going on, but I love that even though there was so much going on, it was very easy to follow, very well crafted in a way where each beat, while one's developing, another beat's finishing. That Saturn Queen one, I'm convinced, is pretty wrapped up. We're seeing more with the Durlans, yet we are seeing more also with Saturn Girl that has been developed since the beginning. This ring segment that was going on with Earthman is coming to a close, yet there's a hint that now we're going to see further development with searching for the Green Lantern Earth. And like you said, there is still the question mark, will the entity be content with him giving up the ring? Or is there going to be something more there? I don't know. I really like the development of this series. I love the mysteries. I love the question marks. I love the way Sunboy was treating Earthman, showing their history of where he was tortured and things like that. But yet, as a good, strong Legionnaire, he stuck to his guns and helped out his teammate. And I thought that was really, really neat. It's a good book. And
definitely.
Are you enjoying Adventure Comics, which is the early Legion offshoot book? It's taken on the role of being another Legion book with its Superboy and the Legion, kind of showing some of the past history of the Legion. Are you digging that book as well?
Oh yeah, as I said, this Legion stuff is really kicking it up for me, and that was a really neat story. And the most recent Adventure Comics, where they showed showed, Superboy there with kind of, with RJ Brand's, last will and testament kind of deal, and just recreation and reenactment of the, of the meeting of the three and all that. I thought that was a cool story for me because, to be honest, I never really read that story before. So I got to, this was my way of seeing it firsthand, seeing all of that adventure and all that flesh out. That, for me, that was a really, this is cool. All right,
I'd love for any Legionnaire fans, because I've shared my Legion history on the show before. I have a very loose Legion history. I've read multiple arcs over the years. I've read broken issues over the years. I've been reading Legion since the 70s, but it wasn't one of those where I've read it consistently all the way through since the 70s. So for those of you that have been, I know there's a lot of you who listen that are strong, longtime Legion fans. How are you digging Adventure Comics where it's telling some of the Legion's past and kind of fleshing things out and tying it into present-day events that we've already seen? Because a lot of that seemed to hint that Brand had set in the will and testament and set up for them to be doing, which would make sense because all those events would have happened in our past, his past in those early days. Brand knew then to set up the hit squad to come back to do the things that we did today.
Yeah.
So I that totally blew me away that it was in, because I expected that to be in the present Legion series, in one of those issues, not for it to be in Adventure Comics with Superboy in the Legion. So that was interesting to see that some of those events and those elements were playing off in that book. I liked that, because it added a sense that all of this, both Adventure Comics and the Legion book, are taking place in the future, which I thought was really cool and really neat.
Well, you think about it, time is on his side. Time is on his side. Yes, it is.
I'm going to buy a brick. And it'll be a new one with your name on it, just so I can clock you with it from that. Speaking of different events that are happening at San Diego, I want to talk a little bit about Chloe Sullivan from Smallville joining the DC Universe in the Jimmy Olsen co-feature in Action Comics. Wondering if, I want to talk a little bit more specifically about Supergirl number 54, because Jimmy Olsen makes an appearance there and mentions a girlfriend. And it's cool because we get to see him come back. He had so many spotlights in this recent New Krypton and all of the stuff leading up to it. The Superman storytelling in there where we had those Jimmy Olsen specials. That, this guy that comes back now is clearly the Jimmy Olsen that went through all of that. And he mentions a girlfriend. And are you guessing that girlfriend's Chloe?
I'm hoping that it's Chloe. I was so excited when they said, they're introducing her into it. It's going to be an Action Comics along with the Jimmy Olsen backup. First thought that popped in my head is, if they're bringing Chloe into the DCU, she's got a better chance of surviving through Smallville, which is something I was always worried about Chloe dying. And two, way back when the Jimmy Olsen Must Die posters and all that stuff were popping up, I was leading the bandwagon with, yes, kill him off. And then as time went on, as we got to know Olsen Bug, I was digging him. I was like, yeah, this is a pretty cool character. Okay. And then, they kind of whitewashed it, and then they restarted rebuilding it again through the New Krypton stuff. I'm like, yes, this is an alright guy. This is why he's friends with Superman. This is why Superman just doesn't smack him in the head and take away the watch, say, kid, leave me alone. This is a person who can actually hang and do some stuff. And seeing glimpses of that in, just in his appearance in Supergirl really was a cool stuff for me. I'm looking forward to, some of the stuff they talked about, at San Diego about him, how, we're going to get a little bit hipster, a little bit cooler Jimmy Olsen. You're going to see, just a little bit beyond, just the stupid kid fetching coffee. He's becoming a reporter. He's becoming a photojournalist. He's coming into his own, and I think that's a great way to use him. And this was, I was really digging his appearance, looking forward to seeing him in Action Comics, and I can't wait to see what they do with Chloe.
Now, Supergirl number 54, I'm assuming you got a chance to read the Bizarro Girl issue?
Yes, I loved it.
It was really cool to see Kara, quote-unquote Linda, trying to come to terms with the death of her mother. Death of her people, actually, in general. Her mother and father are now gone, and this feeling that she wants to move on, and that includes moving on from being Supergirl. And it is really an escape from the horror of the events that she went through. This huge death of a people. I love the art in this issue. It was a Batgirl 60s style, and I loved it for that. Hidden room with her costume, having articles on the wall by Cat Grant blasting Supergirl. It really showed to me the state of mind right now, the things that she's collecting in there. She doesn't feel her role of Supergirl's for her anymore. She just wants to be Linda Lang. And it is more of a feel of running away versus a determination that Supergirl's not right, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Is that the vibe you're getting from it?
Yeah, she's definitely, she's hurting. And, even, it was funny, Lana, kind of hit it on the head. It's like, hey, you're kind of, moping around there. Now, granted, I understand why she's moping, because, she's dealt with some major stuff. Death of a father, then death of the mother, and death of her people. It's some massive stuff that hammered on her, but sometimes you got to knuckle up. Sometimes you got to step up. Sometimes life isn't fair, and you got to do the right thing. And as I say that, I do feel, it's funny because I do feel bad for her, and she's a comic book character, so it's not like these people actually existed, much less actually died. But I've developed just this connection and just this being with her where I do feel bad for her. I do want to be the, hey, don't worry, everything's going to be cool. Take some time, relax, somebody else can deal with the problem. But you can't. There's a problem out there that, it's a Supergirl problem. She needs to deal with it. And I'd love seeing just, a lot of call her out on that and say, hey, you got to do your thing. It's time to knuckle up.
And I love that. A lot of pushing her to get off her butt, and that the Bizarro girl was her responsibility. Because, there's the whole image with Jimmy getting dragged away and all that. She goes to save the city and Jimmy. But Bizarro girl, and I love these little twists, has this fire breath and cool vision, the opposite. And her X-ray vision being the opposite as well, turning her into that solid object with the cliffhanger, Girl of Steel. It was such a cool moment to see this kind of Bizarro girl twist. Cat Grant overhearing Lana on the phone call to Kara. And I love the attention to detail here because Lana doesn't mention Linda's name. She just refers to her as Kara. This implies that Lana at least for Cat listening, that Lana knows Supergirl, but not that Linda's identity has been compromised, which I thought was an interesting twist. Is that the way you took that as well?
Definitely how I took it, but here's the thing. Cat knows, Kat's not an idiot. She may, have the imagery that she's, not all there, but you think about it, she is an investigative reporter. There is some intelligence there. She can put two and two together. I think that definitely right now Linda isn't in jeopardy, but if Kat starts asking questions, if Kat starts looking into Linda's background, starts figuring out, okay, who is Linda Lang? Where's she from? Starts looking into her history, she may very easily find out that there is no such thing as Linda Lang. That she's a made-up person.
Don't you think, though, that was stuff that was taken care of by... Because wasn't that identity crafted by not only Kara, but Kara using the resources like Superman and Superman's friends such as Batman and Wonder Woman, and that would obviously lead to people like Oracle and stuff like that? Don't you take that her identity was crafted that way versus it being a random identity that was just thrown together?
Oh, definitely. So it's not going to be like a simple Google search, but you never know. There may be one little mistake, one little slip up, maybe a photo of, a family photo somewhere that they didn't catch or something. You don't know how deep Kat's going to go, how deep she's going to look. So there is the risk out there of it happening, or it could just be Kat may guess it. She may have no evidence to prove it, but she may say, hey, what if this niece all of a sudden isn't really a niece? What if she's Supergirl? There could just be that intuition or something else that's gonna, draw in. There's, you don't know where this is gonna go, and I think that was a cool part of it, as well. Not only is there a definite relationship established between Lana Lang and Supergirl, is the secret identity in jeopardy? I hope not. I'd like the secret identity. I liked a couple of the issues where they showed her at the Daily Planet, her interacting and just her being outside of the costume.
I'd love to see another team up between, eventually, not right now, but between Supergirl and Batgirl. Because it's funny how those two books are filling very similar roles to me, in the sense that they're fun adventure books with great character development, with characters that are easy to identify with. Both Linda, Kara, whatever you want to call her, and Stephanie are characters that I find that are very human, very accessible. I like the fact that they feel like they should be heroes. They feel like they can hold their own, yet there's that part of them that is accessible. Like, there's times where they're not sure of themselves, and there's times where events matter that happen to them. And it shows that they don't have the kind of experience that, like, a Superman does, being around for as long as he has been. And I actually find that they're, like, at that kind of middle ground where I feel like they're both established enough that I feel like they're tried and true heroes. They aren't rookies. There's nothing new about them. They've been around. You know, Stephanie is clearly past her spoiler stage. You know, she's clearly established as Batgirl is a step up for her and a proof that she is. And I feel that Supergirl too, you know, especially since Sterling Gates and Jamal Igle have taken over, they've taken her to that same next level that I'm talking about with Stephanie, where I feel that she's that person who belongs in the Justice League, very much so. Yet there is something human and engaging about them. It's something that I've always liked about Donna Troy, that Donna Troy's never lost. You know, that she feels like, you know, the older sister type. And Dick Grayson has that quality as well. There's something accessible about these characters that put them in a spot that's a little bit different than the big three. And even Hal or Barry, for example, because they've been around for so much longer. And I kind of like that there is a multi-tiered hierarchy in the sense of accessibility of the characters. I think that the characters, depending on which book you're reading, the characters give you a different eye into the DC universe and different eye into having superpowers and what it means to be a hero. And it's something I'm really enjoying about these books a great deal, which is different than the vibe I get from a Damian, who clearly is a rookie, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. This book is, I think, special because of that. It fills a very different place for me, and I'm really enjoying following the growth and development of Kara.
You know, one of the things that also I loved about this issue was the development for future issues. We had that one page with the cop. Well, the fake cop picking up that kid.
Yeah.
Dude, that's just going to be a future story arc. This guy, apparently, I'm guessing demon magic type deal. So, don't know who this person is, how he's associated, but this is going to be a future Supergirl story. Really kind of has that little bit of a creepy factor to him. And then just the door just appearing out of nowhere is my magic indicator, but you know, just that one scene where he's like, we want to have you home before dinner. Just that kind of grin on his face. I'm like, oh, this has got to be a demon. I hope he's not eating children, because I don't want to see any more dead kids in comic books, but I want to see where this goes. And even just the kind of look on that kid's face, like, huh? You know, a little bit of a fear there. Maybe he's sensing something's just not right with this officer, or maybe he's got the heebie-jeebies for some reason, but this kid is going to go with this police officer. I liked how he initially called him Eli Brown, sir. He's like, oh, sir, well-mannered child. That's good. You know, kind of like you kind of hear that sleazy type of tone in the fake cop's voice. And I'm just like, oh, I want to know what this is. It was just a one-page offshoot that into the heavy action sequence, but that one-page offshoot is going to pay out later down the line.
I agree with you, and that's something I was really liking as well too. Part of me was thinking Apocalypse. You know, is there some link there? But I agree with you that this could be, and I'm actually leaning towards this as a new original villain, or you know, where there might be some other ties to, like you said, the DC's Demon World or something like that. I don't know, and I don't really care. I thought it was a cool. You're right. Build to something else while the main story's building, and I'm a fan of that kind of layered storytelling as well, where there's something else going on in the background that has you thinking while you're reading the main story. This is just a great book, and it's been a fantastic read all the way through, and the Superman universe is just getting more and more interesting and fun, and we'll have to talk more about it in our next episode.
Nothing like the handy-dandy electro-claw for carving through metal doors.
Hey, Jim and Sean, it is Tom O. in Redford, Michigan. I promise this is the last time I'm calling, but I was sitting here thinking about it, and I'm thinking, you know, nothing says podcast gold like someone calling in with cell phone reception problems and dropped call. Let me see if I can't do this one more time, and to avoid your listeners having to sit through all that if you do plan on playing my voicemail. But I work in sales for a company, and I cover 4 states. So I spend a lot of time on the road, and your guys' podcast just keeps me going right through the Midwest. So I appreciate all that you guys do. Keep them as long as you want them, because when I'm out on the road for 8-10 hours at a stretch, it definitely helps. And I actually run a blog of my own called Random Longbox, and I know I've shouted you guys out a couple of times. So just wanted to throw that out there. I've kind of been waiting. What my blog does is it kind of takes a random jaunt through my collection. I keep waiting for the randomizer to pick an issue that you guys have said something about in the past, to run a little cross-blog/podcast promotion. But it hasn't worked yet, so I figured, you know what? I'm just going to give you guys a holler. I'm driving out of the Cleveland area because that's where my company is located. And whenever I'm driving out of Cleveland, I always think to myself, I wonder what Jim and Sean are up to. But I appreciate what you guys do. And you know what? Another interesting fact is I know that you've mentioned a lot of times that you are a teacher somewhere in the Cleveland area. The company that I sell parts for actually focuses in the educational market, but unfortunately my territory doesn't extend any farther east than Toledo and Cincinnati. So I don't think I'm ever going to wander through the halls of your school one day, but like I say, keep up the great work, guys. 200 episodes well done. Look forward to the next 200, and keep it going. All right, thanks. Bye.
I am so glad you called in, and please don't ever hesitate, listeners, if you record a voicemail or something like that, especially if you're on a phone or something, and you're like kicked out, to call back in again. It's not a pain for me at all. Especially let me know in that phone call that you have made multiple phone calls, because that lets me know, okay, get rid of the other ones and just use this last one, because that's the one that your final one. That's voicemails. It takes me like 2 seconds to kind of go through them and just kind of listen to them and see what you're adding to the show and bringing on, and I want to air all voicemails, so especially if you're not happy with your recording, don't hesitate to re-record it and let me know that is in fact what you're doing. I'm a big fan of cross-promotion, so please, if you've got a website or a blog or a podcast or anything that you've been shouting out our show, make sure that I'm shouting you out. I put links to his site on our website and in our show notes here, and I want to do that for our listener base. I feel like cross-promotion is good for all of us. It gets, a few people your way, a few people our way. It's all good for everybody. It gets the word out. And that podcasting relies heavily on our listeners. Doing iTunes reviews and, Podcast Alley, Popcorn, all those other websites that are out there where you take the time to be that person that, takes 10 minutes, whatever, to do a quick little review of our podcast and let people know that it's out there, doing it on forums and things like that, and just saying, hey, here's a show you might want to listen to about this content. We rely heavily on that. It really is word of mouth. We don't have, this is a nonprofit thing, so we don't have an advertising budget. We've got sponsors that help defer some of our costs for the podcast, but it really, podcasting is an expense that you don't really, there are podcasts that have turned it into a business and they're able to make money. I think that's fantastic they're able to do it. This podcast I don't ever see being a profit maker for us. We do this as fans and as a labor of love, and because we love the community that we've developed here. And, we're lucky enough to have a great audience base, and that allows us to have sponsors. So we really appreciate all of you getting the word out to people. That helps us. And that's just something, when it comes to the community, to be able to cross-promote you if you're promoting us is one hand washes the other. I want to do that. So please always send me emails, voicemails, whatever, to get the word out about whatever you're doing, because we rely heavily on it. And I want to, obviously, you scratch my back, I want to scratch yours as well. So very cool.
Hi, Jim and Sean. This is Comics Freak on the forums, and I'm calling to share some thoughts about some comic-related news and information and just check in with you guys. Thanks for a great couple of episodes. I really enjoyed the last episode 215, the one with Jim when he was in Italy. I enjoyed that one quite a lot. Definitely count me in as a listener who enjoys the shorter, more focused comic book review podcasts, and hearing your in-depth thoughts about 2 or 3 comic books, particularly ones I'm really interested in, was really nice. So thank you both for a great couple of episodes. And I've had a couple of reactions to some of the topics you've been discussing the last several episodes or so. And one of them is the Batgirl issue. I'm not a Batgirl hater. I love Batgirl. I love Barbara Gordon as Batgirl. I love Cassandra Cain as Batgirl. But I'm just not quite feeling Stephanie Brown as Batgirl. And I think had DC decided to wait until about now to reintroduce Batgirl, it might have been better. I think Cassandra Cain is a hard character to follow, and I am not sure seeing Stephanie Brown step into that role so quickly makes sense continuity-wise. And then the other thing is, I think the Batwoman series in Detective Comics earlier this year was just spectacular. And I really wish they had waited, because it seemed like the perfect moment at the very end of Batwoman's run in Detective Comics. It seemed like the perfect moment to reintroduce her niece, Betty Kane, as Batgirl. You have Betty Kane showing up saying, I want you to train me. It just seems like all the pieces are coming together. It would have been such a lovely nod to the Silver Age, and I don't think that's going to happen. So there's a part of me that just kind of regrets that they didn't wait before reintroducing Batgirl. But I'm going to give Batgirl another year, see where they're going. I've heard from the Comic-Con that they're planning on introducing some new Rogues Gallery characters for her. I'll give it a look-see. So related to that, one of the things you all were talking about were some TV shows that you'd love to see, and I've had this idea kicking around in my head, and I wish I had the powers to make this happen, because I think it would be great. But I would love, love, love to see an adult-oriented cable network like HBO, Showtime, Starz, Cinemax kind of thing, a series called Strange Adventures, an anthology type of show featuring some characters that sort of rotate around in terms of sharing the same series, but sometimes one character coming to the fore versus the other. So characters like Deadman, Madame Xanadu, the Spectre, the Creeper, and Zatanna, I think would be phenomenal in this Strange Adventures anthology-type show. The Spectre short on the recent Justice League Crisis on Multiple Earths was just spectacular. And I think these characters would work well together because you'd be touching on different areas. Deadman really kind of focusing on crime, Madame Xanadu more romance fantasy types of stories, the Spectre more horror, and the Creeper more comedy, and Zatanna more magical / fantasy types of stuff. And I think it'd be interesting to have the Phantom Stranger sort of thrown in the mix, maybe as the person who is the storyteller, kind of introduces each of the episodes, narrates the stories, and maybe brings all the characters together, at the end of the season to fight maybe a big bad that's sort of connected to all the stories. And interestingly enough, I was listening to a DC Comics podcast from San Diego Comic-Con, and someone asked this question about why aren't there more adult-oriented DC Comics, but I'm not sure there was such a good answer to that. But I would love to see this, and I wish that DC would get their act together and really capitalize on how much they've cornered the animated field. So on that note, I hope you're both doing well. I hope summer's treating you well. I hope your vacations are great. I'm looking forward to some new episodes, and thanks for all your hard work. This is Comics Freak signing off. Take care.
That's really interesting, because I'm loving the Stephanie Brown Batgirl series, and I think that they introduced her at a time with Bruce missing and Gotham in that kind of state of turmoil. It provided a good opportunity for her to kind of slip back in to the fold. When, like, Red Robin, for example, was out searching for Bruce and searching for clues and things like that, it provided an opportunity for her to get back in, whereas now, I think if she tried coming back now with Red Robin established back in Gotham, it wouldn't have worked. I liked the storytelling way that it didn't ignore the trouble they were having in their relationship, where basically Tim had told her, "You're done," as spoiler. "I don't want to see you put on this costume again." And she didn't really violate that. She's got a new identity now, which was interesting. But I find that story to be really fun and refreshing. And you don't have to agree with me on this, but I do find it to be a fun and more lighthearted Bat book, while at the same time not losing what's going on in Gotham City right now, which is a hard balance to keep and maintain. So it's a good book. I'm hoping that you kind of get attached to it during the year the way that I have. I actually want to laugh at something that Jim and I were doing in one of the segments that I just edited. You're going to see Knight and Squire. Jim and I refer to them as, in the singular, as a character instead of characters. We are aware that there are two people in Knight and Squire. There's Knight and Squire. I don't know. It was funny. You laugh at yourself afterwards. A lot of times when you're podcasting, you're collecting your thoughts, and you'll say something, and then it's funny to listen to it afterwards and just kind of laugh at yourself and chuckle. So we are aware that it is two characters. So I want to laugh at that. Going back to some of your comments, though, Batwoman. You know what the funny part is? When they introduced Betty Kane, I liked that they kept the fact that she switched to the Flamebird identity, and they're not ignoring that. I'm curious to see where Betty Kane's going. I'm a big Silver Age fan as well, and actually Grant Morrison was mentioning that he's going to introduce the Silver Age Kathy Kane into canon or into current continuity, that there was a relationship there that Bruce knew her. So I'm going to be curious to see how that all plays out as well. I'm digging what's going on in the Bat books right now, and I'm enjoying the supporting titles that have been out there, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to come next. So, I mean, we don't have to agree on that. I'm just kind of throwing my 2 cents worth in based on your comments. The Batwoman series, I wish that things hadn't gone down the way they did, because I'm hoping that when the solo series launches, that momentum's not lost there, because I loved her in Detective Comics. So I'm hoping the same buzz and interest that she was generating there takes off into her solo series, because it's a character that is just, I think, very interesting, and I'm curious to see where that character goes, and what her interactions are going to be like with the Bat family, or if she's going to be kind of a separate piece as well. Because it's interesting. I'm liking Stephanie Brown feeling like she's part of the Bat universe, but yet having her own adventures, kind of a la Red Robin. But yet you feel there would be storytelling reasons for her to team up with some of those characters sometimes and things like that. So I'm hoping we see some of that with Batwoman as well. And I don't know. It's an interesting Bat universe. Please follow up with us on your thoughts of Batgirl as the story progresses. Definitely check back in and say, hey, has it improved for you or not? Because I'm curious. That's always fun for me to kind of get a follow-up and see where it's going. So don't ever hesitate to do that. Hopefully, I'm hoping that it grabs you the way it is me. Actually, I almost forgot. I wanted to mention your Strange Adventures idea. I'm a big fan of the television show Twilight Zone. I also liked Alfred Hitchcock Presents. And a lot of what you're saying there is kind of a superhero, or not even superhero, but a DC character version of that, where you pick some of the quirky characters from the DCU, which could be heroes, it could be supernatural characters. You could go some from Vertigo, you could go from some from the DC Universe. There's a lot of characters that kind of fit that bill. Even people like The Question, for example, where you could do an episode with that character. Where you could do shows that spotlight those characters and do it more, like you said, an anthology style. I even like the idea of done-in-one episodes. Or just kind of pick, random characters for that particular show. I wonder how easy it is to put together an anthology-style show today. With the fact that you would have to have different actors every episode. But there's certainly characters in the DC universe. And I know you're talking about the possibility of being an anthology where there's maybe more shorter segments. I don't know if you're talking about that or single shows. Like you said, that could be done on HBO. That could be done. I think that could be done on primetime regular television too. That'd be incredibly interesting because I loved the done-in-one aspect of. I was thinking more when you said it like a Twilight Zone kind of thing, where you could do it done in one. But anthology with short little spots and snippets or reoccurring characters when necessary would be kind of cool as well. I don't know. There's a lot of options with DC characters. And I do think that's part of the restructuring and reorganizing is basically Warner Brothers realizing they've just got really cool, intense properties, and they wanted to reorganize to make sure that they're using all of them to their biggest advantage. Because they've seen the effectiveness over, like, for example, in Marvel with those characters and what they're doing, and, how much money they're making in film. So I'm imagining, well, not just film, but all other media where these characters are popping up. So I think they're looking at putting together teams of people, and they are doing it, to capitalize. I mean, the announcements that came out of San Diego in and of itself with video games and film and TV and things like that just shows that they are taking a more aggressive approach. And these projects take time to put together. So even what they've announced already shows that there's initiatives in place for them to be trying out new properties. I think something like a Suicide Squad game is just like, that announcement in and of itself, I'm like, really, Suicide Squad? It seems kind of obscure. And yet, it makes perfect sense to use that property in a video game. And it would be very cool for a storytelling, especially with the way shooters and M-rated games, tend to do pretty well. It makes sense to use that property in that way. So I'm loving the fact that we're seeing just some more exploration into what properties can they throw out there and get in the public eye. Blue Beetle test footage, again, another great example of the fact that they're playing around with these things. But I love your idea of an anthology show. And I think that's definitely a way to... actually, Mike talked about the fact that it's hard to break some of these properties out. I think that's a way to deal with some of that. Some of these properties that it's too high a budget maybe to launch them into a series, but maybe doing something like that where you do an anthology-style show is a great way to roll them out as well. I don't know. Be curious to see what they do.
Hey, Sean and Jim, this is Rick Croxton from the Book Cave, Rick's Comics, Popcorn Theater, and Future Full Color podcast. And you was mentioning in the episode about the Legion Superheroes #2 that Colossal Boy wasn't from Earth. Well, the original, which is the series that you're reading right there, #2, he is from Earth. And he gained his powers from a radioactive meteorite that caused him to grow to giant heights. Now, the reboot is from Mars. And, of course, the 3-boot is from a planet where a bizarro brainiac created a race of giants, according to Wikipedia, that is. I haven't read that far. But the Jim Allen that you're seeing, and Jim Allen, I believe, is from Earth. He was studying to be a science police when he became Colossal Boy. And this happened in Adventure Comics #267 of August of 1960. And he's created by Jerry Siegel and Jim Mooney. And the original, Colossal Boy had his big old crush on Shrinking Violet, who has the exact opposite power, the ability to shrink. And he always had a big crush on her, and it turned out that he was able to marry her. But found out that this wasn't the Shrinking Violet because she was replaced by a girl called Yira. And when it was found out who she was part of a she wasn't really a terrorist, but she was hired because she was an actress, a German actress, to pose as Shrinking Violet. And when it was found out that she was the German instead of Shrinking Violet, and that Shrinking Violet had been captured for quite a while and held up, they, Colossal Boy and she stayed married because he found out he was in love with the person beneath the disguise. And if you go through the history, through all, Colossal Boy just really wasn't used that effectively at times. He was one of my favorites, but he never was given a whole lot of personality. He just would be the guy who'd become a giant. And later on, you had the 5-year gap by Levis, and he decides to quit and join the Science Police and never returns to Legion. So, like I said, he is from Earth, at least the original is. The other two are from Mars and from another planet where giants. So I think I kind of straightened you out on this one here. And I hope you keep on enjoying this great series of Legion, because I'm really getting into it, along with the Adventure Comics, which is kind of the historical Legion. We get to see a whole bunch of stuff that happened before. So this is a couple of series that I really like. I'm a huge fan, and you'll find out I will, as I say, long live the Legion. Thanks, and bye.
Thanks for that clarification, Rick. It's funny. I obviously, the Wade run is where I'm getting a lot of my Legion information from, because I've read it so recently. So it is funny now to try and jump back to this Legion and get their stories straight. I love that aspect. Like, as you were going through his story and his history and the whole drama with Shrinking Violet and her replacement, I was thinking to myself, like, this is so what I love about the Legion, and the stuff that Levitz can still do with the Legion going forward is that kind of drama. I think one of the freedoms with the Legion being set into the future is that a writer really has a lot of freedom to not worry about the continuity of other books outside of it. So they can really take the characters, this large cast and this large team, and really work to develop interesting stories with them exclusively in their book. Like you're mentioning, with lots of plot twists and turns where you just go afterwards and go, wow, it's like a big giant soap opera, which that's what comic books at their best really have a lot of those features of continuing serialized drama, where you care about the characters, you want to follow the twists and turns of their relationships, and it is something Legion has a very unique way of those things happening in their stories that make the Legion special, and I want to continue following that. And it's funny, Rick and I have been talking about doing something together again, and we just haven't had the chance to get around to do it. It's my fault, not Rick's. I love Rick's podcast and make sure to be checking out Rick, and really appreciate you supporting the show. And there'll be links in the show notes to Rick's podcasts as well. So thanks a lot, Rick, for the correction. And you're right, I am getting my head totally messed up with the different legions in a good way, though. That's not a frustrating thing. I've obviously connected with one legion quite recently, and that is affecting a lot of the way I was thinking. I had to catch myself a couple of times on recent podcasts where I was taking the stories from the Mark Waid run, that most recent boot, I should say, of the reboot of the Legions. So thanks a lot for calling in and clarifying that. And please, any listeners, don't hesitate if I'm saying something wrong. It's the one thing about continuity. A lot of times you're going to make a mistake and screw up and forget something about a story. I've read a ton of stories in my life, and I don't pretend to have that information like 100% accurate coming out of my mouth every single time on the show. Please feel free to correct anything either Jim or I say on the show, because there are times where I make mistakes. I'm getting one storyline confused with another, and I always want to make sure to have accurate information on the show, and that's part of the community aspect, I think, of Raging Bullets, and I want to thank Rick for calling in.
Hey, Sean and Jim. This is Kent Hare. I'm a bit behind in listening to the podcast, even the ones I guested on, for which I'd first off like to say publicly how much I appreciate the opportunity and above all the encouragement to actually join you when I unexpectedly won that contest last year. My first inclination, Sean, as you know, was to just let y'all do what y'all do best. But you talked me into giving it a try, and I'm so glad you did. In fact, I'd like to encourage anyone who's hesitant to join Raging Bullets when given the opportunity. Seize it. You'll never find anyone who's more uncomfortable than I am with extemporaneous speaking in a format like a podcast interview when you know it'll be preserved for, theoretically, all time. But Sean and Jim make it so easy and downright fun. I'm disappointed now not to have our recording sessions to look forward to. It was a great experience, and I'm honored to have been a part of Raging Bullets' ever-extending 200th episode/anniversary events. Thanks, guys. The main reason I'm sending this in, though, is to try and get in my short list of greatest DC stories of all time, or at least my favorite DC stories of all time. If this comes in too late, Sean, just send it to the recycle bin or whatever. Otherwise, here are the stories that have meant the most to me over 40 plus years of reading. These aren't in any particular order, by the way. They're just stories that are particularly memorable to me. Legion of Superheroes, The Great Darkness Saga, by Paul Levitz and Keith Giffen, from Legion of Superheroes 290 to 294, August to December 1982. Now, I've heard this epic story praised in multiple lists that have already aired, and I don't really have that much to add to what they've said. But the fact is, when I think greatest DC stories of all time, this is one that first comes to mind. Another one from the Legion of Superheroes, Mordru the Merciless, by Jim Shooter and Kurt Swan, from Adventure Comics 369-370, June and July of 1968. Now, really, I could put Shooter's entire run on Adventure, especially in the 360s and 370s before the Legion were unexpectedly and unceremoniously booted from the title due to DC office politics, as I understand it. But these two issues are near perfect. focused in that there are really only 4 Legionnaires in action, relatable because it brings them back and forces them to hide out in 20th century Smallville. And it introduces the classic Legion villain, well, now classic DC villain, Mordred, in an interesting and daring way as a villain who has already almost trounced the Legion and the entire universe in a previous war that's only referred to here. I'm not sure if the story is ever fully told, but he's back and out for revenge. I read and reread these 2 comics till they fell apart. I eventually bought the tabloid-sized reprint when it came out in the mid-'70s, but it was these issues and the rest of what I consider to be the height of Shooter's run that first had me ordering back issues through the mail to fill in the holes in my collection. Most importantly, I think it was these stories that made me a Legion fan for life. I could probably go on and on with Legion stories, but I won't. JLA Avengers by Kurt Busiek and George Perez. I think that's a no-brainer for me. I don't think I need to say a whole lot more about it. Lord knows Sean and Jim gave me ample opportunity. Aquaman, The Search for Mira by Steve Skeets, Jim Aparo, and Dick Giordano, from Aquaman 40 to 48, August 1968 to December 1969. Now, in the course of our discussion of JLA Avengers, we had that big tangent on Aquaman. Well, this is the era I was thinking of. This is my Aquaman. King of Atlantis, husband of Mira, father of Arthur Jr., or Aquababy, as I think they referred to him throughout here. Sure, the stories are pretty much focused on Aquaman's lone search for Mira, who's been abducted and is off-screen most of the time. Aqualad has been injured early in the search, so he's not there much of the time either. But both Aqualad and Mira get their own spotlight issues during the story arc. Mira's in number 46 is especially good, and for me is the Mira story. The cover by Nick Cardy is magnificent as well. And while Aquaman is off seeking Mira, back home in Atlantis, political intrigue abounds, with the original Aquagirl caught right in the middle. In an age of generally done-in-ones, this was the first multi-part story that I remember on such a scale. 8 issues, a year and a half. I remember the 2 months between issues being an agonizing wait. And I remember the heartbroken disappointment that this 7-year-old felt when newsstand distribution being as spotty as it could be back then, the 3rd chapter was nowhere to be found. I didn't acquire number 42 and complete this run until years later. Same time I was completing Shooter's Legion run, as a matter of fact. This story is begging to be collected, or at least I'm begging for it to be collected. Something a lot more recent, Gotham Central by Ed Brubaker, Greg Rucka, Michael Lark, and others. The full run of 40 issues from 2003 to 2006. I sometimes would argue that this is possibly the greatest comic ever done. Great police procedural in Gotham City. I loved it from beginning to end. I miss it today. It was kind of what I was hoping Batman Gotham, what's the current title? Batman Streets of Gotham. I was hoping that would be basically a revival of this. Well, yeah, that's 5. Yeah, I could go on and on, but I'm going to leave it off at that, except for I do want to throw in one honorable mention. Superman, number 199, from August of 1967, the great race between Superman and the Flash around the world. I want to mention it both because I remember it being a great story and because it may well have been the first comic book that I can be certain 40-plus years later that I possessed for my very own, rather than reading in the barber's chair or waiting for my dad to get his crew cut. There may have been, probably were, earlier comics that I looked at or read, maybe even owned, but this is the first I can be sure of and I consider it to be the beginning of my comic book reading hobby. It's the one I posted on your Raging Bullets Secret Origins thread a few months back as my first comic. Anyway, that's about it. I hope this makes it in time, but if it doesn't, oh well. I had fun thinking this through, making some notes to go by anyway. It kind of focused my mind. Thanks for everything, guys. Take care, and cheers. Kent.
I will always air listener voicemails and content, so don't ever worry about it making it in on time, even if it's after the fact. I personally feel if any listener is going to take the time to call us in or to send me a audio comment or any of those type of things, those take a lot of work and obviously a lot of guts to work up the courage to a lot of times call into a show, into a podcast to do that. So please don't ever hesitate or worry that I'm not going to air something that you put together, especially something like this. It was funny when you were talking about Legion stories that you liked. One of the things I'm really enjoying about this greatest DCU stories of all time and kind of like this call to arms for our listening audience to kind of share theirs, because we all come from different eras of reading. And a lot of our experiences, and not even just different eras, different characters we've read. Because throughout your life, your budget changes. So sometimes you're reading a lot more comics, other times you're reading a smaller amount of comics. We miss stories along the way. All of us have. And this is one of the great things about this. I hope this is an ongoing thing where people will feel comfortable calling in again and saying, geez, last time I called in, I thought about 3 more stories or 2 more stories or even one story that I just wanted to shout out. That is another one of those greatest DC stories that I think, should get some notice. Jim and I, like I said, are starting in, actually, I haven't said it yet. But at the end of the episode, I'll be announcing what we're doing with the greatest DCU stories of all time. But as we start discussing these, I'm hoping that it will drum up interest in people kind of calling in and the things that we miss. I've read so many stories, since the 70s, but I'm not going to be able to, go through every single story I ever read and tell you what is the absolute greatest story out of all those. I'm going to pull together a list of ones that come to mind now. I've been going through my comic collection and doing the best I can to, pull through stories, and also ones that I don't have anymore, that I wish I still had, that, like Kent was sharing, are collected, or aren't collected, I should say, and I'd like to see them collected. There's stories like that I'm going to pull into the discussion, but I'm hoping this is going to be an open topic for the next year or more, where listeners feel comfortable calling in and just sharing stories that they think should be on the list. Or stories that even they think are great that they want to recommend to people that, hey, this is something that I picked up at a con and I thought this was cool, or something like that, because I think that's part of the point of sharing a lot of this is commentary about current comics, but also sharing commentary on classic stories. And I think that mixture of it's a kind of a fun part of doing the show. We all want to know what to pull from when we go to comic shops. Back issue bins, things like that. All the local comic shops here have, wonderful back issue bins of things you can pull and grab, and I'm a big fan of that, when somebody gives me arcs. And I like collecting an arcs. When you were rattling off story arcs or single issues or things like that, kind of were self-contained or, any of that type of stuff, I'm a big fan of that, So if there's a story that's out of print that any of you want to recommend to listeners, let us know, because, that's something I want to get out on the podcast. People can write those things down, start searching for them. And that's a great way for us to kind of go out and support our local comic shops, support the exhibitors at conventions, looking for those things and purchasing them so we can read and enjoy them and, just helping the comic industry in general. It's very cool. So I love this kind of aspect of everything. And, it's funny when Kent was talking about the contest. One of the reasons why we haven't announced another contest for somebody to come on the show is because we are so backlogged. We got to finish Preacher. We got to finish The Cult. We're going to be getting those things done by the end of summer. And when those are finished in September, we'll announce another contest. We have plans to do Green Arrow Longbow Hunters, actually with Peter Rios, is going to be coming up on the show as a story that we want to do. It's currently out of print, but we're going to do it anyway. And then after that, we're going to do another listener contest winner, do something similar to what we did with Kent, because I have a lot of fun doing those. So we're going to do another, I haven't decided on the contest yet, but we'll do something fun, and hopefully we'll get another contest winner to come and join us and have a good old time chatting comics, because I'm glad, Kent, you joined us, because that to me is half the fun of the contest, is not just the story we're discussing, but having that different, unique voice. And one of the reasons why we do it in a contest form is to kind of be fair to everybody and bring in a different person who hasn't been on the podcast before. And that's something I want to keep going on with as the show continues, bringing in listeners and kind of that way to talk about a story that they particularly enjoy. And that was fun, JLA Avengers. I totally agree with you. And it was a great story to be able to chat about on the show. Our first major DC and Marvel discussion on Raging Bullets. So thanks for Kent for having that on there.
Hey guys, it's Logan from Regina. Just wanted to say thank you very much for having a healthy discussion on my Colgate comments. No, definitely I don't want you guys to censor yourself. I mean, part of the appeal of podcasts and just discussion in general is that people get to voice their opinions. I just voice my opinion because you never know who's listening. You guys are so darn influential. Who knows? It could be the CEO of Colgate listening to you guys. And, yeah, you know what I mean. Like I say, I just want to keep those fresh dollars coming into the comics industry, just like we always want to have new readers come. Hey, guys, I was sitting on holidays here and was rereading a few back issues. I have something here, cover date, it says December 08, so I'm guessing it probably came out around Halloween. And in the DC Nation, I'm guessing 137, they had kind of a Halloween thing with the Joker, and there was a lot of clues. 10 clues that they were talking about. There are 5 false tricks and 5 true treats. Can you tell the difference? 1, several heroes will play a game of round robin, but only one will wear the cowl. I think we understand that. This year, the JLA will reach a new milestone for roster changes. I think we know what that one is. You can trust all of the Titans. Not sure what that one meant. The dead aren't the only ones who will walk the earth again in the DCU. I think they were alluding to the Blackest Night that occurred. To save the DCU, you will need a shield, a bug, and a hood. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. Husbands and wives will stay on the same side of the law. Now, was that talking about Diana and Oliver, Green Arrow and Black Canary, or I'm not sure who they might have been talking about there. The owl and the butler are the same person. I'm assuming that's talking about outsiders. I haven't been following that title, but maybe you guys could add some light onto that. The best Wonder Woman for the job is a woman. I would hope so. 9, there will be a Nightwing in the DCU. I think that one is very self-explanatory. And 10, Ambush Bug will join the Justice League of the future. Now, please tell me that didn't happen. I would have caught that somewhere. I really like it when DC adds these kind of little hints of what's happening. Looking forward to some of the podcasts from San Diego. I know DC usually does some fantastic podcasts where they bring up their different forums and whatever, and you get an insight into what's going on. I've also found that, especially if you look in Booster Gold, and always taking a back look at the chalkboard, there's always a lot of little clues that are coming into the next year. Just wondering, I guess, sort of what your thoughts were on DC dropping us these little clues in DC Nation and in books like Booster Gold, and what are some other sort of, I guess, hidden Easter eggs that I guess are currently out there or that you guys have seen. And, yeah, if you can talk on that for a little bit, that would be fantastic. Very much enjoying the show, and you guys take care.
Yeah, the clues, I love the clues. That's something, I think it's great that they're reaching out to their fandom and trying to make comics exciting not only when we're reading them, but when we're not, making us think about the books. Because, see, that's part of the reason when I always promote on the show, rereading the comics, is because I think that when you reread them, you tend to think beyond the book. You know, you've really wrapped your head around the story, then you start to speculate more, and I think it's really fun to get as much bang for the buck, and I think that those little promotional things like the one that's the Brightest Day one they just released, that 2-page spread teaser that they just did. I love that kind of stuff. I think it's great. The best Wonder Woman equals a woman, when you were asking about that one, there was a story in Wonder Woman where there was a character who was taking over the role of Wonder Woman for that time when the gods had chosen for the Amazons to move on, and this character was taking over for Wonder Woman. So that's what was happening there. It was showing that it was a man, and the Olympian actually is who it was, and he was taking over that role. So I think that's what the tidbit was there. Owl equals with the butler thing in The Outsiders. There's an owl man in The Outsiders, and I'm guessing that was one of the tricks that you were mentioning about with the Joker. The owl and the butler are not the same person. Owlman is not the butler. So that's what that was. So it's interesting. Yeah, some of those things actually did happen. Not some of those things. All of those things in some way or shape or form played out in the books. Not all of them the way they said in the Tricks or Treats, which was kind of cool. And I love that kind of stuff. It just makes it fun. And I appreciate that they take the time to do that. That DC Nation page in the back of the book is something I really have a lot of fun with. I know it takes time for them to put that together, but it reminds me, as a kid on the Marvel end, I grew up reading Stan's Soapbox, and I loved those kind of things and Jim Shooter would write letters in there sometimes and things like that. I'm a big fan of those things, so I'm glad to see that this page is something that they've continued, and I hope they do continue doing it, because it does feel like they're communicating with us and reaching out to us. It's when you were talking about this Colgate thing, I'm going to read you a little email from one of our listeners, Ann Langston. Hi, I've been listening to your podcast for a few months now and very much enjoying it. There's nothing like a 3-hour discussion about comics to get me through my workday. The extensive analysis of stories is fascinating to me, and I've been introduced to a few DC series that I never would have picked up on my own, so I wanted to write to say thank you first of all. I also wanted to weigh in on the issue of the comments about Colgate's advertising. I totally agree with the gentleman from Regina that outside advertising is extremely important to keep prices down. If you and Jim were saying that Colgate shouldn't advertise in comics at all, that would be something that I couldn't get behind, though I'd defend your right to say it. But I understood your comments to mean that one specific part of Colgate's advertising is annoying, and I believe that's something Colgate-Palmolive would actually appreciate hearing. Colgate-Palmolive is stepping into uncharted territory for them here, and I believe that if an element of their advertising is actually alienating a portion of their target audience, they would appreciate knowing that. After all, it's better that we, as consumers and comic book readers, give them feedback about this, rather than not buying the products and letting the company assume it's because comic book readers aren't interested in buying toothpaste. By being involved in speaking up about the negative and positives about their campaign, we're showing that we do pay attention, and the powers that be at Colgate-Palmolive are more likely to decide to tweak their ad campaign, not discontinue advertising in comics. In fact, I think that if an ad in a comic book for any product got us to try it, we ought to write letters and let the advertisers know about it. That's one of the very best ways to ensure outside advertisers will see comic books as an effective place to spend their advertising budget. And to tell you the truth, I thought Jim's reaction was hilarious. Anyway, just my 2 cents. Thanks again for the great podcast, and that's Ann Langston from Richmond, California. That's the whole point of the whole thing, and I totally, it's actually funny. I'm glad that the discussion continued beyond it, because Logan makes some interesting points, you make some interesting points, and no, we are not telling Colgate not to advertise in comics. I thought Jim's reaction was insane, which was part of the fun, and it really was meant to be fun. I didn't expect that. I made an off-the-cuff comment expecting that it was just going to be laughed at and die there, and that was it. I had no idea it would lead into this uncharted territory. But it really is, to me, the cardboard pieces were the only thing that I find annoying. They don't, and it's funny, they don't keep me from buying a product. Like, I didn't sit there and go, geez, I'm not going to buy anything from Colgate. I thought it was funny to talk about on the show because I've pulled so many of them out. But you could tell Jim had a very different reaction than I did. And I think that's valid, too. And then Logan had a different reaction than you did. And I agree with you. I think that is something advertisers should know, what's working and what's not. Because then they know how to further, tweak their product campaign and everything like that. So I agree with you 110%. There is a valid point to it. And that's why I think it's important that the discussion continues, because Logan caught something where he felt that there was a gap in our discussion. And there was, because I didn't plan for it to go the direction that it went in, and it went in this deep direction. It was meant to be a quick little ha-ha, chuckle, and move on. And it actually got into something far deeper than I had even expected and led into this discussion. I agree, though. We should support comic advertising. Your idea that we should let advertisers know what's working and what's not is a good thing. And as fans, we need to do that. And no, I'm not anti-Colgate, and I don't think that their ad has not turned me off from buying Colgate. It's just the opposite. I liked most of the parts of the ad. It was the cardboard thing. I find those thoroughly annoying in comics, and there's times where I think it makes sense, when it's something collectible, and there's other times where it's just downright annoying. So I would urge advertisers, if you're going to put something cardboard or something solid in a comic book for us to play with, make it something that it is collectible, something that we're going to be in awe of, and really take notice of. And honestly, not only will we take it out of the book, we'll display it somewhere, and you're actually going to get even more bang for your advertising dollar. So that's, really a shout out for these cardboard things, is just to rethink them a little bit and make it something where, we, the collectible audience, want to actually do something with this thing out versus pull it out and pitch it, or leave it in our book because we want to keep it mint and be thoroughly annoyed by the experience of every time we turn the page in that comic. Because that does detract from the reading experience to have to do that. So, that's just some food for thought, and that's it. But it is an interesting discussion point, this whole Colgate and advertising thing. And I swear I had no idea it would go in this direction, which is funny. And it is funny. It's humorous to a certain extent. And there's some truth in the whole thing as far as, on all sides of it. I think it's part of the fun of podcasting, is the fact that I don't look at it as the discussion ends when the show's over. A lot of times when the show's over, hopefully there's things that we're laying out in this that the discussion just begins. In the forum, a lot of times, there's ideas where people agree with us, they downright disagree with us, or they wind up somewhere in the middle, and it leads to very deep discussions beyond the podcast. And I always hope that happens, and this is what I love about emails and voicemails, is the fact that we can continue some of these discussions, and I think that's just great. Why don't you read another quick email before we move on to another voicemail? And this is actually from a friend of the show, Stephen King. I just wanted to drop a couple of comments to you after listening to La Episodio di Italiano, Numero du Centro, and I'm just going to leave it right there. Stephen, you know a lot more Italian than I do. I'm just going to butcher it. But he said specifically relating to the Green Lantern segment. Number 1. It hasn't really been all that long since Hank Henshaw subverted the remaining Manhunters to his concerns, corrupting their programming along the way. So one would think that being supposedly as insightful as the Guardians of the Galaxy might have foreseen something similar with their new Alpha Lanterns to the use of their Manhunter technology. When you see them, please do me a favor and strike your lower right palm against their foreheads and say, "Doe, what were you thinking for me? Thanks." And that's an excellent point, actually. This has happened to them before, so why would they head down this route again? To me, though, I think that's a storytelling point that I find interesting. It shows a limitation of the Guardians and actually adds to the reason why we see a change in the thinking of a lot of the Green Lanterns. And I think it's actually turned into an interesting storytelling point where their judgment has come into question by people like Kyle, for example. And that's why a lot of these laws that they're making, these insane laws, are being repealed. Number 2, you mentioned Stell, and I am thinking that he may well be the downfall of the Alphas. Unlike the others, Stell is already a machine and has a full set of machine emotion analogs. I suspect that Stell as an alpha may behave significantly differently to a human alpha. Then again, Cyborg Superman is involved and he seems to have a talent at subverting machines, so maybe I'm wrong. Number 3. On the Kyle Jade Sornik not too front, I really hope that Kyle ends up with Sornik. For one thing, Jade is old news, and they had wound down already even before her death. However, the main reason being that it would really just piss off Sinestro for the Green Lantern he likes the least to have a continuing intimacy with his daughter, and that seems like a worthy endeavor on its own. Until next time, keep the hits coming. S.A.K. And yeah, thank you, Stephen. You know what, it's funny when he you say that. That is part of the fun of the story with this relationship now. And I agree, Jade and Kyle did wind down. So it is going to be interesting to see where this all goes post this series. I don't want to see him back with Jade either. I do think, though, that when somebody you have been with in a relationship passes on like that, and then they come back to life in this particular case, I like that there is a series of emotions that Kyle's going through and trying to deal with. Because this is somebody that he did love. So, now having that person back, it's going to reawaken things inside him that he's going to have to come to terms with and learn to deal with. And the same thing with Soranik. And this ultimately is either going to weaken them or make them stronger. We're going to see what kind of couple Soranik and Kyle are from this. And I find that interesting. So I want to thank everybody for the emails and voicemails about this. Let's jump back into our continuing discussion about the San Diego Comic-Con.
Reaching melting point. Not sure we can make it.
Darrell, Jim bailed out on us for this one. It is getting late for him. I know from coming back from Italy, he's still been adjusting to being back at work and getting back to the schedule for this. But it's Neal Adams, and we both have a great love for Neal Adams, the whole 70s era of Batman. This, for me, from the cover, when I got the cover, I'd seen the previews and everything, but it's something about actually holding the issue in your hand and seeing a Neal Adams cover, all inked and colored and everything, and just... It's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous piece of artwork.
Oh, yeah.
It was funny, when I saw the preview images of this, I wasn't sure what to think about this, because it was, the preview images featured Batman and the gunplay and all that, and I'm like, what are they doing here? I was very excited for the Neal Adams art, but I wasn't quite sure what the premise was. Now, when I read the actual issue and I saw what the whole premise was, that, the guns, he was using them for defensive purposes, it was really more of an intimidation thing versus using them as weapons, I started to get more into the vibe of what was going on, and it worked for me. And actually, what he was seeing very quickly is how guns don't work for him, and never will work for him. And I love how he had even the memory of his parents getting shot, and how his idea of how a gun could be used is totally twisted, and he shouldn't go down that route.
Right.
How did you feel about the preview pages when you initially saw them?
I was thinking, are we reading Psycho Batman? Because that's the first thing I thought was Psycho Batman or something like that. And then as I got the book and I read it, I was like, oh, okay, I got it. Because he's going through training. I mean, this is like the early Batman. He's telling a story of him in the beginning. So I was, I thought better of it, and I sat down, I read it, and I was like, okay, I got where he was coming from. But in the beginning, without the words mean a lot. So without the words, it really looked like we had a crazy Batman gun-toting, shooting criminals.
Well, it was, I think, where the words especially help was the first image is him looking back at his past, which when you see that in the preview pages, it doesn't look that way. Because you don't have the context to realize that, oh my gosh, this is him years later, looking back on that past, taking a look and seeing what didn't work, and kind of he's explaining all this to Robin, which we don't realize until a little bit later in the issue. But I loved this first opening page because it totally set me at ease. Then the frumpy costume that he's wearing makes a lot more sense.
Right.
That this is him initially trying out for the first time. And I had less problem with it. I'm never a fan of seeing Batman with guns. It's never been something that, I really like, because I like the whole premise that because of what happened to his parents, there's a disgust about guns. But this worked here because he wasn't using them as offensive weapons, and he was misunderstanding the gun and how it works. It actually was his ally and the villain that made him realize that, wait a minute, I'm doing the wrong thing. Because he was put in a situation, because he had the gun, he was put in a situation where it was a standoff where he either had to shoot or the villain was going to blow himself up and Batman and everybody else. So, that person was believed in enough that he was going to commit suicide to kind of accomplish his goals here. And that was something that I found engaging about all this, was his finding out really, really fast that, and seeing an inexperienced Batman, because I'm so used to seeing Batman being the more confident one, and we see this kind of behavior from a Robin, for example, because they're learning things. Or spoiler. He's actually showing spoiler behavior back before she became Batgirl, showing spoiler behavior here.
And I liked it. This is the things I liked about Batman Begins, because you got to see this Batman learns from each case, and I like that. Every adventure he goes on, he learned something new about that case. And the thing about that's great about Batman is he doesn't make the same mistake twice.
You can't afford to.
No. Mm-mm.
The other thing I really enjoyed about this was, besides the frumpy costume, the fact that we got to see the loose-fitting costume, I always love seeing Batman with the fact that he's constructed. You see under his mask, the layer that he's sitting there when he's talking to Robin, that armor layer that's around his forehead and his nose, all of the areas that could possibly be hurt from like a punch or a gun or something like that, coming at him, seeing that that's armored now, explaining why the suit is why the cowl and the hood are solid now. Why that's more of a solid look is because of what he's wearing right here. I love seeing that kind of stuff. I was a big fan growing up of like the cross sections of the Wayne Tower, with the Batcave, when they would show stuff like that, or even like Justice League headquarters and things where you get to see the different rooms and things. This is that type of vibe for me. We get to see the inner workings. Yeah, you and me both. I eat this up.
I love it.
What was your experience with Neal Adams, prior to this series?
Well, my first issues of like actually sitting down and reading a comic was Neal Adams drawing Batman. I think he did some Brave and the Bold, because I remember there was an issue where him and Ollie were fighting, and I would read that. Like, I would carry it around my house all the time and read it over and over and over again and just stare at the pages.
I had a Batman book and record set with Neal Adams artwork. I still have it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's very beat up, but I still have it. It was one of those things where my mom, thank goodness she saves everything. She had I spent part of the week with my mom and part of the week with my dad growing up, and she had my book and record sets. She gave it to me the one day. It was I had a big one, 33 1/3, with Batman and Sherlock Holmes and Gorilla Grodd. And the great thing about those book and record sets is they all had comic artwork.
Yeah.
So when you were paging through them, they gorgeous artwork and stories in there that you read along with. So, I mean, you're getting, like I said, the Batman story that I have is a Joker one with Neal Adams artwork. I'm like, whoa, great Joker story. And as a kid, I didn't know that was Neal Adams. I didn't know, now I know, years later. But that was funny, like early on I was reading Neal Adams. Jim Aparo was another
He's another
artist who, in my childhood, very important to me. I didn't know who they were until years later when I started becoming familiar with artists and writers. I was really reading for the character. But now it's great to look back and say, wow, these were characters that I grew up, these were artists that I grew up with who really meant so much to me, because it was my foundations for the love of this right now. This story was interesting, this Neal Adams one, because first of all, the way that it's colored, it reminds me of the remastered work. I know you and I have talked previously about, they recently released DC Universe illustrated by Neal Adams volume, and then they released 3 Batman illustrated by Neal Adams volumes. And in all those cases, the color work was remastered for those particular releases. And this reminds me a lot of that. It's that same type of crisp, sharp vibe. And to see it with his artwork, it just looks gorgeous. This is really a stunning book.
I could just stare at it, which I have. And even as a kid, it just stood out to me. And back then, no, we didn't read who wrote it, who drew it, but we were so visual as kids. Like, this made me get up on go to the newsstand and take it off the rack and buy it, and just look at it all day. I mean, days of just going and I didn't have a lot of comics, as a kid, but just going and having your favorite comic and just keep reading it, and you just keep looking through the pages over and over and over again.
It was funny, as I was reading this issue, one of the things that I was taken aback by at first, but then I started to get what was going on here, was how cocky Batman was. He was definitely very cocky during some of this, and some of the ways he was talking to Robin, he was abrasive. But then there was other moments where he was outgoing and confident, and definitely more buddy-buddy with the police, like walking right up to them, not just when Jim Gordon was there, but when the other officers were there, and talking to them like a crime-fighting partner, which was different.
And they were still in awe of him. But at the same time, he was just natural, talking to them, not hiding in the shadow all the time.
This feels like a mix to me of the 70s Batman and All-Star Batman and Robin's Batman, which leads me to believe that this could have spun off of. I know there was supposed to be a project with Frank Miller and Neil Adams that was, I believe, was supposed to continue All-Star Batman and Robin afterwards. I don't know if it was supposed to be meant to be set in the same universe, but it's definitely more of that Batman vibe than the Batman we're used to seeing today in the books.
Right.
Just a little bit more cocky than we were used to. Once I got that vibe in my head, and this was more like an Elseworldsy type story, especially with Robin. Robin's costume was pretty much so, because we got Dick Grayson here, and he's in very much an Earth 2, more of a / Earth 2 kind of Tim Drake costume.
Yeah.
That was a dead giveaway to me that, like, okay, we're dealing with a different world here.
Gotta be.
I like that costume a great deal. Like,
I love gloves, too, especially.
Yeah, it's definitely a much more of a functional looking costume. And it was funny, as a kid growing up, the first real alternate costume that I saw for a hero, because Robin, to me, just as much as Batman, were characters that I grew up watching in the 60s TV series, and that jumped to the cartoons, and that jumped to the comics.
Same here. Yeah.
And very consistent in what my expectations were for on Robin's appearance. And here we get to see that Earth 2 style appearance, which I always liked. It is more, I do think it leads a little bit more Tim Drakey than exactly the Earth 2, but it is nice to see that kind of appearance here, because that was the first costume where when I saw that change, I was like, okay, I really like the new Robin look. I remember that in the 70s when I saw those crossovers. I really liked that look.
That was when he was older, right?
Yeah, on Earth 2, they showed, because originally his more adult costume, it was a modified version of Batman's suit.
Right.
But then they went to more of a variation on his suit that was more of an adult look. They toyed with this, I believe, briefly. It was in one of the Year One books, where I think it was Robin Year One, or maybe it was Nightwing Year One, as being a possible costume for Jason Todd, where they showed it there. But it was funny how that suit has migrated over this way and become Tim Drake's look.
Yeah, I really like any changes, any variations on the suit, because I remember seeing that when I found that in a comic bin, the one where he's older and Batman pretty much quits and becomes the mayor, I think, or the commissioner, and he gets killed. And I just seeing Robin standing there with, in that outfit, it's just, to this day, I can still remember that, and how blown away I was, because there were no internet to look up, what previously was going on or what was happening. I didn't know if this was like the DC universe or not, the present DC universe or some Elseworld. I had no idea.
Right. One of the things that I really liked, from going back to the gun section for a little bit, when Dick picked up the gun and was looking at it like a useful tool, Bruce is really going out his way to explain to him why, you've got to realize that this tool makes you weaker. In the sense that if you're carrying that gun, you're in a position where more than likely, if you're outnumbered, you're going to get shot and killed. But if you don't have the gun, people will underestimate you, and you have an opportunity to take advantage of that and use that situation to your advantage. Because he really learned his lesson from the guns, that they're really just a dangerous offensive tool that puts you in very bad situations. So I love seeing him learn from that experience, and really at this point kind of teaches Ward something else. And that was the point of the story. And I really liked how that story led into the training session. It was something that he was telling Dick. And we get to see this acrobatic moment with Dick and Man-Bat. Dick Grayson's using what he does best. And Batman's looking back at it almost saying, I wish I had spent more time watching that and being a part of that moment than I did. Kind of looking back with a little bit of regret, because his mission drives him so much.
Mm-hmm.
I like the inner dialogue from Batman when we get it. There's something about Bruce. He's always a character. Growing up, I've always wanted to connect with him. And it's funny, they do it sparingly with him, where you get his inner dialogue. But when they do it, it's so powerful, because he's a character you want to get to know on this level. Even this Batman, where he's a little bit off from the Batman that I'm reading right now.
But he's more self-aware.
Yes, very much so. You're right. I think that self-awareness is something that I really enjoy in this.
Mm-hmm. He questions himself. Like, And when he talks through something, like I like, and it's another thing I like too, is you when you read comics, you say to yourself, how the heck can they talk? Can Robin talk so much and fight 5 guys? And they pretty much make it a muscle memory. Like, he's talking to Robin, having a conversation with Robin. Still, Robin's going through his routine. At the same time, he's kind of play fighting with Man-Bat. So Batman constantly, he has him to the point where he can think and do multitask at the same time.
It's one of the things that I really enjoy about like reading this series and then other Batman stories. Like we were talking about Nightfall earlier, Night's End in particular. And that whole sense of muscle memory, he didn't have the muscle memory in that story yet. He had the mental memory of fighting, but it wasn't muscle memory. And it's funny when you say that. I just connected back to that story in our conversation a little bit earlier with it. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And that's something that is consistent with Batman. That muscle memory and the idea of muscle memory being honed is something that gives him a little bit of an edge. And that's
like
part
Shiva.
of yeah,
like Shiva with him and Shiva with Dinah. That was one of the things she kept. That is consistent throughout the DC universe. Is Shiva. Everything is muscle memory. You have to train your body to react even before your mind does.
And Batman with Man-Bat, the relationship between Kirk Langstrom and Batman is always an interesting one because sometimes he's a hero, sometimes he's a villain, sometimes Francine's the villain, and Kirk is mistakenly pointed out as being the villain. Because, it all goes back to the fact that he continues these experiments with the Man-Bat serum. Sometimes it's not his fault. Sometimes the change is because he's taken the serum previously and he has another bout with it that is something that's out of his control. Sometimes it's villains who are trying to get a hold of it to have him some kind of modify it in such a way where they can use it. It's been all kinds of interesting stories with Man-Bat. You see the relationship with them here where Batman's really upset that he's taken this serum. And it seems like he's taking it too much and Batman's getting really worried about it. Do you have a hold of yourself? And he's so angry about it. And we're seeing an emotional Batman here. This is clearly, while it's in Batman who's older than the one that we've seen in that first part of the story, he's not the one that was narrating earlier. This is still a young Batman who's making mistakes because his emotions right now are getting so much the better of him that he's missing that Man-Bat's trying to tell him something that's important that he's totally missing. And he goes to leave with Robin at this point, totally miss that this man is pleading with him and trying to help him out. And that's an interesting little bit because I see how much you're going to trust, because he's seeing him as a junkie at the moment who's addicted to this stuff, but he's missing a major problem that's going to be interesting in this series because I'm trying to figure out, Man-Bat's trying to warn him about this other cave, or about, because I think it is another cave he's referring to, or at least it might be a cave that's an offshoot of the cave that he's in or something. Right. I wonder who that big burly man that's coming in there is. Part of me thought because of the way that the beard comes in that it might be Ra's al Ghul, but then Man-Bat sort of has a beard like that, and the guy does make reference to Ra's al Ghul not knowing, the other Bat makes reference to Ra's al Ghul not knowing about Batman. Although I can't help but wonder if it was somehow Ra's al Ghul took the serum and that's making him talk about himself like another person. I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because when you said it, I go back and look, and the way that his head is shaped, when he says, "You are rapidly becoming worth the killing," Kirk Langstrom, his face looked the way that Neil Adams draws Ra's al Ghul from, reading it earlier, his earlier runs. I'm thinking that's Ra's al Ghul. And
I don't know. And I'm with you. It's one of those things. It's still a question mark of mine. How cool is that Batmobile?
Oh, that I think out of all the Batmobiles, this was always one of my favorites.
Because it looks sporty. It looks cool. He talks about it like it's cool, which is interesting. Because it was funny, if I felt this was in continuity, or it was in the current continuity, I should say, I would be bugged by it. The fact that it feels Elseworlds, and I do put this in the place of, this is Elseworlds. It's kind of contained in its own little universe, and this is a different Batman. I'd almost like to see this Batman meet up with our Batman to see how they would interact together.
It feels so 70s. So
yes.
That's the thing.
And that's why it definitely feels like it's from, that era to me is, even though a lot of that stuff is in continuity, that era feels to me like it's almost Elseworldsy at this point. But even though it feels like it's in the 70s, this car is so cool. The underwater seals, this idea that it's sleek and sporty, the fact that it can fly, the fact that it can be turned into a boat. Very James Bond. I was a big fan of James Bond. I still am. I was a fan of Doctor Who in the 70s. I'm still a fan of Doctor Who as well. But Doctor Who in the 70s very much was influenced by the whole James Bond, the Gadget Vibe. That was a big thing in the 70s, was gadgets. It's probably why I'm such a gadget junkie now, is because I grew up in an era where this is all the literature and film that I was into, and television, all involved shows with gadgets. And
hey, my first flip phone, what was I doing? The first thing I said was, Scotty, beam me up. That was the first thing I did when I got a flip phone.
And that was the whole reason why the flip phone was designed the way it was to give it that kind of look and feel. It's not a functional thing. It really is that gadget look and feel that ties it into like more of a Star Trek type of thing. But this car, when the two of them were jumping in it, it was just so cool.
It's such cartoon. It was such Batman the cartoon. Remember the cartoon?
Oh yeah,
where they would jump in the car, and you would see the cakes flowing back as the car would drive off.
Those cartoons were awesome too.
I love those cartoons.
When we see Bruce jump in there, I love this moment where you've got Robin in the more of the like circus kind of crouched mode when he's jumping in. You know, did you just call me Boy Wonder? But Batman with that sideways jump. Neil Adams, actually all through that whole page, the pose of him jumping off like where the Bat computer is and everything like that, there are so many iconic Batman poses there that Neil Adams does so well, where you see the muscle tone. And you see that this is a man that has built up his muscles to the point where they are rock hard, rock solid. You know, this is a guy where you believe this guy works out so much that it's not humanly possible for us to work out enough to be like Batman.
No. It's funny because I remember there was a case way back when where he got, they were trying to go after this guy he used a device to pretty much put his mind in other people's bodies.
Uh-huh.
And it was developed by Wayne Tech, and Batman had gotten hurt, so he couldn't do the case. So an athlete who was a friend of his, he pretty much used the guy's body, and while he's inside the body going as Batman, he kept saying to himself, it's sad how this kid really thinks that he's an athlete, and this guy is an Olympic champion. And he said, but he's still nowhere near, his body can't do the moves that I can do. I mean, that just showed Batman is even far above physically an Olympic athlete, and that, to us, is like the best shape you can be in.
The sequence where Batman is with the police when he arrives for the first time there, and they're looking over the plans, and he puts his glove in there. And we see the shock from Jim Gordon at first, but then we see when they're all looking at him, they're almost all looking up to Batman. Mm-hmm. There's a sense of awe of him, and he looks really impressive there. The cape kind of flowing up, the wind off of the water. And
it's playful, though. Doesn't he look like he's grinning a little bit that he did that to him?
But he looks impressive, too, though.
He
impressive.
does.
I'm with you. And then the two of them go off, and we see these hang glider, that their capes turn into hang gliders.
Mm-hmm.
They've got these struts. Just this cool moment where the two of them, they're there, and they're in this situation where they were, like, ignoring the Riddler. Well, Robin was asking him why he was doing it, but Batman was ignoring the Riddler, and I keep wondering if that's going to come back to bite him.
I wonder, too, or he knows something.
But at this particular moment, they're there, and I love that the police make the mention of that they're going to save lives. By the fact that the two of them are going in there, there's a chance that they can take down this situation in such a way where officers that would have died in the firefight that's obviously going to happen here are going to live now because Batman and Robin are there. So it justifies their presence, but I'm curious to see what happens with the whole Riddler bit next, to see if that does come back to bite him or if it's somehow going to play out in a different way. I loved, though, that Robin shooting off with that rocket and the two of them splitting off, that there's a plan in place. It's not about the two of them going in together. It's about the two of them making up an assault so they can take care of the situation in a way that makes two people effective in a situation where the police are worried about deaths on their end.
Yeah.
And there was something about that I just really, really liked about how that whole thing played out. At the end, we see this situation with the hydrogen in the car, and the little girl and the guy, and I don't know what's going to happen there, with the explosion or anything, but we see this preview and we've talked about this previously together, this Aquaman preview done by Neil Adams, because Aquaman's going to be making an appearance in this series.
Aquaman with a knife.
Yeah.
How bad is he?
It's a variation on the Aquaman suit that looks really, really cool in this. Neil Adams looks like he's having a lot of fun here.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. I cannot wait. And it looks like his wife is going to be, Langstrom's wife is going to be in the next issue, which I figured that because he uses her a lot. Him and the professor and the wife, he pretty much, they're like, in the 70s, they were pretty much like, they were co-stars of the book because they were in it so much. Like if he had cases where he had to use scientific serums, he had to analyze something, he would sometimes use them to analyze something for him.
As experts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those old Batman family books where you got to see sometimes the Man-Bat, got solo stories in there, which was a lot of fun. And you got the Batgirl and Robin stories, and then you'd have, obviously Batman stories as well, but even stories with Commissioner Gordon and things. Now, I don't know if this is Neil Adams' son, Josh Adams, but he did this really cool pinup in the back.
I'm thinking, yeah. I want to say yes. I think that is his son who drew this.
But very cool. And we get to see. I'm a big fan of sketch material on the back of comics.
Yeah.
I wish we had the chance to see more of this kind of stuff because it's great to see it in the sketch form, and then you get to see the finished version later, which is kind of a neat little twist.
Yeah, I hope every issue they do a little something like this. Like every issue you get some type of sketch in the back.
We're getting a year of this.
I thought it was 8 issues. I thought they brought it down to 8.
On the cover it says first of 12.
Yeah, it said first of 12, but I could have sworn I read something with DC that they brought it down to 8.
Oh, they changed it?
Yeah, they might have, and I don't know. It might be because he just, maybe he wanted to shorten the story or whatever. I don't know. I hope it's 12, but
that's a lot of work because he's doing the writing and the art.
Yeah, that's a lot. And we got to think about his age. But even for a man his age to be able to draw like this still is amazing.
I wonder how ahead this series is, if it is ahead, because the work was announced quite a while ago.
Yeah. So
I'm hoping that they're at least somewhat ahead on it.
And it's bi-monthly, so I hope, to keep it on schedule.
Because so far out of the starting gate, it's really good. Did the relationship with Robin bother you at all? Because it was definitely something, it was more of an abrasive relationship with Robin. Not quite all-star Batman and Robin level, but it was definitely I found it it was kind of in between that and what we're currently used to seeing from him.
I've read the different variations because in the 70s, they would needle each other like little brother, big brother.
Yeah, it's true.
They would pretty much joke about each other. I mean, they've had, and just think of, there was even one issue where Robin was he was telling him, you need to stop seeing Talia. And to see that they talk to each other more as a family than
they do today.
Than they do today. So it didn't bother me as much because I grew up with that.
Yeah, I agree with you. The key for me is it felt very Elseworlds, only because it was a step from the past or previous worlds or whatever you want to call it. But I liked it. I liked the visit to it. I get into different Batman storytelling. It's always helpful for me to know what kind of storytelling we're getting ahead of time. It was funny how the 6-issue preview with all the gunplay in the beginning, how comforted I was to read that that wasn't where they were going with it.
Yeah, me too.
Darrell, what's currently going on your podcast?
Well, recently on Comic Roadshow, I interviewed Dave Ryan, who's doing the Kickstarter program, War of the Independents, where basically he's putting together a story which has all the different characters. They're not my mainstream characters. They're all stuff like She, I think Cerebus. He put all these bunch of characters together to do different issues, but you can donate, if you donate a certain amount of money, he'll actually put a character you make into the book.
Is that similar to what's, I'm almost positive that's what Steve Bryant did with Athena Voltaire recently. Because I definitely participated in that because, and it was cool because at different levels you got different things because of it. I like that because it's a great way for people who are trying to get backing for an independent book to get that going and to have people kind of be a part of that whole philosophy. I really like that. It's a different sort of approach to comics, and I'm always a fan of the variety in comics. That's cool. So it's another one in this type of program.
Yeah, definitely. I love what he's doing, and he's going to be at New York Comic Con, so that is where I think he's going to have issue 1.
Oh, cool. So
hopefully, it'll be successful, and he'll keep going with it. And even if it's not, he doesn't make the money that he wants to make. I just think it's such a good idea to do that, to take a bunch of characters from, like, even taking something like Shadowhawk or a character like Hellboy or, a character like Concrete, and actually be able to put them in a story and have them, interact with each other. It's just amazing.
How is it working with licensing on that?
Well, that's the thing. He's gotten a lot. Like, I think he just added Captain Action recently. I think Monday he got the okay to add him to it. So that's been the only thing, like getting licensing to be able to do it. But a lot of indie creators, they're very encouraged, and they're happy to have him use their characters in the book.
Because it serves as a way to promote those characters as well, so it's a win-win.
Yeah.
It's fun. Those people over at Captain Action are so nice. I've met them at multiple cons, and they're just great people. So
they have fun with it. Like, every con, they really have a good time interacting with all the fans of the books. And for people that don't know about Captain Action, you go to the booth and talk to them. They will, sit and talk with you and let you know the history of the character. And because there are a lot of people that just don't even know about that character.
I love the enthusiasm about the history too. So it's great. It's great to hear that with this Kickstarter program, that they gave the okay to use the character for that purpose as well, because that kind of honestly fits my vibe of them from when I've met them. And hearing that story just makes me realize that they really are the people that I've thought that they've been from my encounters with meeting them as well. So that's really cool. It's really cool to kind of hear that kind of vibe going on.
Yeah, the other thing that I'm putting together now for the show is once a month we want to have like at least 3 web creators come on and just talk about the web comics that they do and what goes into doing them and just learn about the process and what the difference between doing web comic as opposed to printed work.
Oh, that's cool. As far as, is that a viable, how viable has that been?
Yeah, I talked to Sean Pryor. He's one that, he does a lot of, puts out a lot of web comics and stuff. And he's a definite go for being on it. Like Julian Lytle, who does Ants. He's another person that said that they would love to come on. And so I just thought that I don't know a lot about web comics, and I thought, it would be fun to have them come on, and not only would they tell the audience that's listening, but they'd be telling me too what goes into the web comics and what got them into it and what the process is.
I want to give a quick shout out before we wrap this up to The Guns of Shadow Valley.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
It's nominated for an Eisner in the category of Best Digital Comic, and I want to wish Dave the best of luck for that. I think that's very cool. The nomination for an Eisner, I think, is very cool. It's funny when you're talking about webcomics, it just made me think of The Guns of Shadow Valley, which I think is just awesome. It's another great, webcomic that's out there as well, and I want to just give him shout out and good luck and well wishes over at San Diego. I'll be curious to see how that turns out.
I hope he comes back with it as a winner of the Eisner.
You know what? Here's the way I look at that. Whether it's a winner or not, to be nominated
is amazing.
Yes. I mean, that's cool. It's a win either way. To be nominated for an Eisner, that's so cool and well deserved for him. So congrats. It's a congrats either way.
It definitely is. I told him congratulations on even just being nominated, because it's like a reward for the hard work that he's done. Really pushed that book, and looking at it once every week, it's amazing that how beautiful it looks on screen like that. I can't wait to get it in print form someday and have it as a book or a trade or something like that.
Absolutely. What's going on at the Fixer's Hideout?
Fixer's Hideout, I think we're probably going to do a San Diego Comic-Con wrap-up on Sunday. Just talk about all the news that they have going on, because it's so much news, and it's not even Friday yet, and there's pages and pages of news that they've talked about. So that'll probably be that. No apologies. We'll definitely just be talking about, comics that came out this week, because I will have to talk some Legion this weekend. And, we just rotate, have people come in, once a week we do a show. If you have Skype, you can just hit me up on the voice 12341 and just let me know that you would like to be on the show and you want to talk comics. You're more than welcome to come on. Up a website. It's www.comicbookroadshow.blogspot.com. So we're going to put up a lot of San Diego news stuff that we want to highlight.
That's awesome. So there's definitely a lot of ways for people to get in touch with you and in contact with you and be a part of the podcast, which is great. Well, I want to thank you, Darrell, for coming and joining me. And it's always great to have you on the show and to be able to chat comics with you. You've been a great friend. Like I said, I've been following your podcast since New York. We first met in New York a few years ago.
Right.
And, it was my first chance to kind of get in contact with you and get to know what you were doing. I've been a big fan ever since, so it was great to have you on the show and to be able to have you join us and to chat some comics. So thank you very much.
I always have a good time being on the show, and I love Raging Bullets since episode 1, so I really appreciate you having me on the show.
Hope this craft can withstand this powerful force.
Our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Want to remind everyone that over at DCBService.com, you can pick up, check out the pre-order deals anywhere from 35 to 75% off. It's an insane set of deals that they have over at DCBService.com. And like I said, it's the convenience of being able to pre-order comics your way. And it's a wonderful service, and I've been using it for years, and I'm just thrilled with them. Over at InStockTrades.com, I want to remind everyone about Absolute Planetary, the hardcover. Book 1 is back in a new printing. Planetary has been hailed as a timeless story that has turned modern superhero conventions on their heads. These archaeologists of the unknown delve into secret places most beings fear to tread. Book 1 is once again available in the Absolute format, collecting issues 1 through 12, plus the full script from issue 1. 320 pages, Warren Ellis, John Cassaday, $75 regularly, 37% off, only $47.25 from InStockTrades.com. Consider picking that one up. Want to remind everyone you can check us out regularly on Get Your Geek on Radio. That's GetYourGeekOnRadio.com, a radio station committed to making geek chic. We're also supported by ComicCollectorLive.com, your comic book management source. Forgot to mention this at the beginning of the show, but we are proud members of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. And I want to remind everyone to check out the Hero Initiative. I joined the Hero Initiative this year, and I encourage everyone to consider donating, even just the cost of a comic book. If we're all donating and supporting these wonderful people that have created and set the framework in place for the wonderful comics we're reading today. The Hero Initiative is just a wonderful, wonderful charity, and I really encourage you to support it. It's heroinitiative.org for more information. Jim, you and I were talking about this week. We already mentioned at the beginning of our next episode, we're going to be continuing some of the San Diego Comic-Con chat. For sure, we're going to be talking Welcome to Tranquility #1 as we talk about the Wildstorm news that was coming out of there, what we're excited about from Wildstorm, what we're reading from Wildstorm, what we're not, and is there anything that drew us to some Wildstorm material? Because I know you and I aren't reading every single thing that Wildstorm publishes, but we are both reading some Wildstorm. So it'd be fun to talk about what we're reading, what we're not, and did any of the news bring us interested in reading something maybe that we aren't right now, try something out. Because I have a feeling we're both reading different things. Also some Vertigo news. But we were also talking about one of the things we're going to be getting back to is we had talked about in our anniversary episode doing the greatest DC Universe stories of all time. The reason why we delayed this is because I don't think either of us had any idea of how ambitious of a project that we were going to be. Because, I've been reading since the 70s and kind of go through my entire life and pick out stories that were raised a long time. It's just an insane task, and I've been doing it. I put together a list, but really, we'd have to stop the show as is and do nothing but that. So what we're going to start doing is we're going to start picking characters and topics relating to the greatest DC Universe stories of all time and spotlighting them each month as a segment. So that way we actually get to this. So it's going to be an ongoing discussion on the show until we kind of feel that we're exhausted.
Villains are
So those of you that have been calling in,
be they Thanin guard or Egyptian.
Please continue doing that and make it. You don't have to stick to our topics that we're talking about for that
You
month.
and Hawkgirl's
Keep going.
mission.
Our first one's going to be Batman. Next
The odds are not on your side.
We're going to spotlight on an episode in a segment.
Things would be so much easier if you would just call back up, Hawkman, Hawkman. Eagle eyes can't see.
Just to kind of talk about some of those
your plan
and
what you do to me, Hawkman.
So for those of you that want to share some of your greatest Batman stories of all time,
Eagle eyes can't see, Hawkman. Your plan, what you do to me,
one of my favorite Batman stories of all time. So we've actually got a plan now for how we're doing this DC story. We didn't abandon it. We're coming back to it. Each month we're going to spotlight it in a segment, so we're going to continue making that an ongoing feature for Raging Bullets. It actually, I can tell you right now, in September, we're doing Batman in August. It's going to be Batman family titles in September, where we're going to focus on, things like Birds of Prey, Robin, Batgirl, and going all the way back to books like Batman Family in the past, and talk about what were some of our favorite stories of all time in the Batman spin-off books. So we'll kind of chat about those as well. And then we're going to keep going. We'll do Superman, Wonder Woman, DC Universe, so on, and keep going until we kind of exhausted. So every month we're going to do a different spotlight of greatest DCU stories of all time, so we can kind of hit it the way we wanted to. Got a little too I've got the amount of notes I already have for if we were going to try to do it as one show. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So it got rather ambitious, but in a good way. It actually spun off to be something that's going to be a regular feature on the show every month. So we'll just keep announcing those each month and going from there. So we didn't abandon that or forget about it. We're going to hit back to that. So good stuff. But at our next episode, we're going to continue talking San Diego. Welcome to Tranquility #1 for sure. I'll announce on the website and the forums and stuff what, as we get more specific, because we're probably going to talk a little Vertigo material as well. Now, that'll be for sure when we talk about the Vertigo news, and I'm not quite sure what that is yet, because Jim and Eric we didn't realize we were going to talk so many of the DC books as we were chatting casually on this, so I'd like to do the same thing with Vertigo material, so we'll kind of let you know what we're going to be spotlighting as we're going along. But this will be kind of fun. I really enjoyed this San Diego chat. A lot of the news coming out of there. One thing I really liked, and a common theme in the DC Universe, and we'll chat a little bit more DC Universe stuff on the next episode, but the common theme was this energy of coming up with new ideas. Grant Morrison brought that up a lot. Gail Simone brought that up a lot. Even using older characters in new ways as they were going through it. It was something all the writers were consistently talking about. Like Paul Levitz talked about, even though he's coming back to Legion, how can I tell new stories? How can I work with them in new ways, change their lives, and twist them in ways that they haven't been twisted before? That vibe was something that I really liked. How do we keep these books fresh and make it interesting for people that have been reading for a long time? And I also liked this focusing on what are the books that we need to improve? What are the books that we need to tighten up? Especially with team books. I loved the team, and I can't recommend enough the team podcast where they were talking about the future of a lot of these team books, because that podcast just really got me reinvigorated. In a way, I've already been enjoying these team books, but now I'm like, a notch has been kicked up for me. I'm really excited for the directions a lot of these books are heading in. Teen Titans was one of the ones that we definitely spotlighted that we're excited about in the future. With the direction of that team, it's going to be great to see where those heroes go. But I think it's great to see the team aspect. And there's a lot of other books like Rebels. I actually wanted to talk more about Rebels, and I think we're going to definitely have to talk about Rebels more next time, because that was something I was glad to see so many creators spotlighting their enjoyment of Rebels in multiple panels, and the work of Tony Bedard in general, who's currently writing Green Lantern Corps, because I totally agree that book's excellent. And I, you know what, I'm going to make it a point. I'm definitely talking Rebels next episode. So, a lot of cool stuff, and we will talk more about that next week.
Bye!